pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm black 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 pill, I'm ill with this will. 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 I'm black pill, I'm ill with this will.
It's so important, guys. So important. By the way, women are the majority of voters in the United States.
Oh, man. Hey, everybody. What's up? Man, I saw that. Yeah, this stream should have been on, should have happened yesterday. But what happened is, let me make sure the audio's right. What is the audio doing? No. Yes, all right. Well, I hope the audio's right. Yeah, my apologies for not streaming yesterday. You know what I mean? I thought I set it for today, but you know, StreamYard was acting up. And yeah, man. You know, in fact, let me share the screen, man. Yeah, Black Pilled Metal was good, man. Good, bro. In fact, let me look up the image one more time. You know what I'm saying? Let me pull it out. Computer aging. You know what I'm saying? Let me just find the image. You know, to show y'all the future. You know, because give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Video chat. I gotta find the image. Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that sucker, man. Yeah, I found the image, man. I found the ultimate image. Give me 1 second to get back. Yeah. So, but you know, I wanna thank everybody. You know, I wanna thank everybody for for helping me reach 900 900 subs. You know, it really means a lot. You know what I mean? I'm not one to you know, I'm not one to let me see the screen. Yeah, so yeah, you know, I'm not one to talk about it and all that, but I want to thank everybody for you know, helping me get to 900 subs, man. You know, I know YouTube's been I know YouTube has been basically shadow banning me. You know, I know YouTube shadow banned me for a while. You know, I want to thank everybody, man. Is that? Nah, that's not AI, man. That's a real date, man. That's a real date right there, man. You know, that's the future of dating right there, man. You know, in fact, let me make sure it's bigger. That's the future. That's the future of dating. You know, you know what I'm saying? But you know, like I said, I want to thank everybody for. Oh man, I put 9,000 subs. My bad. I just caught that. I just caught that. I had 9,000. That's crazy. Let me get out. Let me fix this thing. Man, I'm nowhere near that. 9,000. Yeah. I want to thank everybody for helping me get to 900 subs. It really means a lot. You know, it means a lot to get to this point. You know, my goal, in all honesty, my goal on YouTube is, man, you know, the goal would be to get to a My bad. Accidentally turned off the computer. Accidentally turned it off to make sure the audio is correct. The audio, trying to fix that. Headphones. Yeah, let's make sure. Yep, the audio is good. All right. Mike, make sure. Let me check the live stream to see if the audio is working. My apologies. I accidentally shut it off. But like I said, I want to thank everybody for helping me reach 900 subs, man. It really means a lot. Let me just check if this audio is working. But I want to thank everybody for helping me reach 900 subs, man. It really means a lot. Let me just check if this audio is working. Oh, all right. Well, the audio is working. But like I said, I want to thank everybody for helping me reach 900 subs, man. You know, and this is the future, man. Let me share the screen again, because this stream won't be that long. Won't be that long. I don't plan it to be that long at all. But let me find this photo. Find it back. Gotta find it. God damn, man. Oh, they. Give me 1 minute, man. Give me 1 second to find the image. There's something. The browser has blocked your screen sharing. Yeah, give me 1 second. 1 second. Having a few minor issues. Let's go to Google. Google. Video. Let's see. Uh, 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 uh. Where's this crap? Uh, Google. All right. Give me 1 minute. And we're back. Alrighty, all right. Now I got the video. Let me show y'all something. It's this is the future, man. A lot of people would disagree, but this is the future. This is the future of dating. But like I said, I want to thank everybody for helping me reach 900 subs. It means a lot. Been through a lot of trials and tribulations with YouTube. YouTube trying to delete the channel, multiple strikes, and even YouTube running a scam. The scam on YouTube is that if you try to hide your oh man, it's freezing up. It froze up for a minute. Trying to see what the heck's going on. But yeah, the thing is, there's a scam. The scam is that YouTube will literally delete your watch counts and all that. But enough about YouTube. I want to thank everybody for helping me reach 900 subs. And the goal is, man, the goal is to reach 1,000. If I reach 1,000 subs, what happens is, it'll allow me to do a little more things. I think YouTube will restrict the channel a little less. Restrict the channel a little less if I reach that 1,000. What I mean? Give me a minute. I don't know why it's slowing down. Give me 1 second. It'll allow me to do a little more things. Oh, the homie Ed. Oh, Eddie Ed, what's good? Yeah, things. If I reach 1,000 subs, YouTube will basically kind of leave the channel alone more. You know what I'm saying? I think when you're below 1,000, below that monetization, it's easier for YouTube to shadow ban you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. Yo, you don't even see me on your YouTube history, right? Yo, you know what I'm saying? I'm shadow banned to the abyss, man. I am shadow banned to, in the words of the great Yugi Moto, I am in the shadow realm. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the shadow realm, man. You know, but it is what it is, man. You know, I want to thank everybody because if we can reach 1,000, we're gonna do something big. Also, I'm gonna be doing something very soon. I'm gonna be sharing a phone number to let people call. You know what I'm saying? Let people call this number. We're gonna try to do something different this stream. I'm gonna share this number I have, and you'll be able to call, and you could be live on the stream. We could talk. If you're not into the whole StreamYard link and being on there, I'm gonna share a phone call. We're gonna try new things. The goal is to reach 1,000. If I can reach 1,000 subs, we'll be able to do some damage. The thing is this, like I've been telling guys, this is a Black Pill channel. Pretty soon I'm gonna be moving towards. I'm waiting for the logo. I'm waiting for the logo, but very soon this channel will be transitioning to. Oh, my apologies, that word. This channel will be evolving to more of a ghost channel. You know what I'm saying? I think the Casper pill. I think ghosting is the future. You know what I'm saying? Ghosting for men is the future. You know what I'm saying? And the limitation with the black pill is that a the algorithm hates the black pill. You know what I'm saying? The algorithm and people, YouTube in general, is burying black pill channels. You know, but I'm gonna be transitioning, changing the channel towards a Casper pill channel. We're gonna be this whole channel will be dedicated to ghosting and that lifestyle and that way because like I said and I'm gonna make a video of it because I did a live stream of Black Pill 4.0. It was very long, and I think long live streams are great to talk to people, but some of the ideas get washed out because we're talking so long. So I'm gonna make a video. But the problem with the black pill is that the black pill is limited. The limitation of the black pill is that once you move outside of America, it's a lot harder to be black pilled because the problem with the black pill is that it's it requires things. It requires certain legalities. It requires the black pill requires freedom of speech, freedom of press, what I'm saying, freedom of voting, democracy. The black pill requires certain rights. The black pill requires certain rights for you to be black pilled. But for you to ghosting is global. You could ghost anywhere, any country. You know what I'm saying? Ghosting is gonna be a way of life because the future of manhood, is ghosting. You know what I'm saying? The problem with the black pill, and I've spoken to some black pill guys that have traveled to Mexico, Colombia, Cuba, Brazil. I've spoken to some black pillars that have been all over, been around the world, geomaxing and so on. But one thing these guys understand and need to understand is, you can't be black pilled in Brazil, man. You can't. The laws wouldn't allow it. You know what I'm saying? The greatest thing about America, the greatest gift about America is that freedom of speech. That freedom of speech, even if suppressed, the fact that you can talk without worrying about the government just breaking into your household and just, strangling you. The fact you don't got to worry about that, that's the greatest gift. The greatest gift in America is that let me see. Once Suzanne was replaced by Nehemiah, I knew it. They will sense. Well, the thing about Pars was good, man. Well, the thing about YouTube is this: YouTube has gotten competition. The biggest thing that happened to YouTube was Joe Rogan leaving. When Joe Rogan left YouTube for Spotify, it literally changed the course of YouTube because the future of entertainment is actually, and I said this over 2 years ago, the future is audio. Audio has always been the greatest form of entertainment. You know, all these Spotify podcasts, radio. Think about radio. Think about the oldest, most successful form of entertainment. It was radio. Radio allows you to drive your car. Radio allows you to play basketball. The problem with radio is that technology wasn't that flexible. Like you needed a Walkman, you needed to walk around with your radio. Now you could take radio and audio anywhere with you. You know what I'm saying? That's why podcasts are becoming more entertaining. They're taking over. But the problem with YouTube is that YouTube has gone away. You know, oh no, no, no. Actually, TikTok is on the decline. There's a great video by a YouTuber where TikTok is on the decline. Like I was on TikTok, man. I got shadow banned on TikTok. I'm gonna tell you a funny story, people. And this is how you know, guys like me. Shout out to the homie Neil Wolf. Is that this is how they don't want the black pill, man. This is how the black pill, and like I said, the black pill will never be, it will never be fully mainstream. You know, I went on TikTok. I was on TikTok for less than 4 months. I was on TikTok for less than 4 months, and what happened is I was making so much rapid content. Is that TikTok allowed you 10 minutes? They would allow you 10 minutes to make a video. I was so honest. The black pill was so truthful and honest that they limited my. I don't know what's going on now. Give me a second. Yeah, they limited my my account. They limited my account on TikTok, and they removed the ability for me to stream to make a video beyond 10 minutes. The way TikTok works is you can make videos 10 minutes, 3 minutes, and 60 seconds. I was dropping so much truth, man. The black pill I was dropping was so raw that TikTok decided, nah, man, hold the truth hostage. You can't have 10 minutes. You're doing too much damage. You're doing too much damage with this black pill stuff. And the thing, and the way I talk, you know what I'm saying? I'm not cursing people out. I'm not talking about certain groups of people. I'm not religious with it. I'm not racial. I'm just dropping the facts, man. I'm just dropping the black pill in its purest form, and it's the black pill is very mathematical. You know what I'm saying? I don't bring up race as much. The only time I bring up race is if it's needed. You know, if it's needed, yeah, I'll talk about race. You know, because I got a different perspective on things. You know, but other than that, I'm not talking about religious groups. I'm not blaming a religion of people. We all know the people guys usually blame for a religious group for everything. I don't blame nobody because I'm aware we're not in a government. The biggest problem most people have talking about the government is you talk about the government as though in the West, like for example, America, Canada, to the homies, you know what I mean, the homies that lost their queen, you know what I'm saying, London, you know, these are not governments, man. You know what I'm saying? The biggest influence America did is America created the God ferment. We don't have a government. We have a God ferment. We have a government with a God complex. You know what I'm saying? We have a government that's literally a religious level of politics. You know what I mean? We don't have a government in America. We have a government. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as an American government. You got to get that out of your head. We live in a country run by the government. The government. The government is a godlike entity that's all about sacrificing. You know what I'm saying? What type of government? What type of government? Oh, JJX, what's good, man? What type of government would openly allow, like, for example, in New York, a woman could literally delete the baby in less than, like, she changes her mind. She changes her mind an hour away from giving birth. Bam, that baby's gonna be deleted. And a lot of people think, oh man, we got a corrupt government, we got a corrupt system. No, we don't. We don't have a corrupt system because corruption means that someone could take over the system. You know what I'm saying? We don't live in that type of system. If you still think the American government is corrupt, then you don't really know nothing. You don't know anything at all. We don't have a corrupt government because if you had a corrupt government, that would mean someone in the government could could change its course, could change its course. America has been I think America's over 200 years old. Over 200 years old. Can anyone name once a government official led a coup, led a Riley, a government official led something that would change everything? They took control. You can't name no one that ever controlled the government. This is a government. The government is literally on a godlike entity. You got politicians. What is it? Trump, for example. Trump was divorced over 4 times, I think. When did you ever see Trump say, I'm going to change the marital laws? I'm going to make sure that families could be together. I'm going to make sure that children can have fathers in their lives. You won't see that. You won't see that because that would be going against the government. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as a politician running to change or better the government because how do you change and try to better a godlike entity? You can't. You know what I'm saying? The government runs like a church. You know what I mean? You gotta look at the politicians. I don't know what religion you're in, but you gotta look at the politicians as a pastor, a nun, a rabbi, whatever you want to look at it. The Pope, the politicians all play a similar role to the church, the head of the churches. And the goal of the politician is to have you support the government one way or another. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. Your life don't matter. In fact, you sacrificing your life is, as long as it's done on behalf of the government, it's welcome. You know what I'm saying? That's why you literally have in New York where literally an hour before the child is born, you could delete it. You have somebody, the woman could delete the child. Now, what happens when a woman deletes a child? You know what I'm saying? You now have what the government obtains is a woman that doesn't care about life. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't care about something growing in her, even if it's alive. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's nearing its life, you know what I'm saying? So she doesn't care, you know? So think about the psychological trauma of that, you know? That now the government has been promoting nothing but sacrifice, the sacrifice of life. You know what I'm saying? They need women for labor. We are living in Well, we're not in a fully capitalistic system. We live in a very mixed system. You know what I'm saying? There are certain aspects of America that's communist, certain aspects of America that's what is that other one? If it ain't communist, socialist. There's certain socialist programs. America's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag of everything. But at the end of the day, the goal is anything done in the name of the government is all right. You know what I'm saying? Children being sacrificed, children growing up without a stable household. It doesn't matter because all that suffering leads those children and their families to look closer and invest more into the government. You know what I'm saying? Everything is done on behalf of the government and having people worship it. The government is the biggest religion. You know what I'm saying? The biggest religion right now is the government. You know, the government and give me a minute. I don't know what's the yeah, it's the government. Biggest religion is the government and the politics on behalf of the government. I mean, think about it. You got people literally online sending people death threats, threatening their families because they identify as a Republican, a Democrat. It's become like a religious warfare. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Great Crusades. That's what the government has become, where people are willing to put their lives on the line. I'm center right. I'm center left. I'm a progressive. I'm a I'm a I'm a whatever conservative. All this crap. You know what I'm saying? When none of this means anything, especially when it comes to the men in that system. You know, it doesn't mean anything. But you know, let's get to. Give me a second. Let's get to what this stream is about. You know, so let's move on. And let me see what the homies said. Yeah, what's your take on American elites and corporations worshiping worshiping China while they don't care about American men's labor? Elon Musk visited China and was parading it. Well, the thing is this: the thing with the China thing is this is the problem with the American man is you need to understand, bro. We're in a globalist world. Look at all. If you want to know how globalist we are, look at your drinks. Like, go look at your Florida orange you bought. I guarantee you, when you look at your Florida orange, you're gonna see that the orange juice is not only from Florida. Some of that orange is from Brazil. Some of that orange is from other countries. We're in a globalist economy. You know, it benefits us. And when it comes to China and America, dude, they're working together, man. China owns some land in America. America owns some land in China. They're collaborating when it comes to business. Like there's a space program between China and America. There's also JP, what's good, man? JP, what's up? There's literally a program between China and America when it comes to give me the word. Yeah, when it comes to you know, space programs. Dude, China and America, the world is intertwined, man. All the world is intertwined. You know what I'm saying? The world is intertwined when it comes to business. You know what I'm saying? Even like I remember a lot of people tried to scare me with the whole BRICS thing. Oh, JP, man, thank you, man. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much, man. Like a lot of people tried to scare Americans with BRICS. Yo, there's gonna be a new currency and it's gonna be bigger and more successful than American currency. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people are out of their mind. So you're telling me I'm a banker. I'm a banker. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna invest in BRICS, which is brand new, and then I'm gonna invest in BRICS, which you know you see Brazil, certain actions on Brazil, certain levels of corruption. You know what I'm saying? Certain levels of dictatorship, human rights issues. Like right now in China, there literally are camps where they're you know what I'm saying? I don't want to say the word. They're holding Muhammad work. You know, they're holding Muslims and all that. You know what I'm saying? There's camps. You know what I'm saying? It's a distraction. You know, you're telling me all the corporations are gonna say, you know what? We're gonna stop taking dollars. We're gonna all just take bricks. You know, we're gonna change. Think about how much it's gonna cost for them to train their labor force to use bricks. Go to these countries to make sure the currency is stable. Think about all the money that would have to go into adapting BRICS. You know what I'm saying? Adapting it. Think about it. And then China already has a double currency anyway. China has a currency for the world and a currency for its own people. You know what I'm saying? You're telling me all these banks are going to invest into BRICS? Come on, man. The problem, even with the balloon thing, like, oh my God, there was a balloon. Dude, it's all designed to basically create a false sense, and it's a distraction. That's all it is. Now all of a sudden, China got a balloon through America. That's right. The scariest thing in American history was a balloon. It wasn't Pearl Harbor. It was in Pearl Harbor when the Japanese literally bombed. This is how sensitive the American public has become. The American public is so sensitive that a balloon, oh my God, did you see that balloon? It was a whole new color. It was Orbitus. Orbitus is a brand new color, and my God, the way that balloon glimmered in the sky, it was just horrifying. The terror of a balloon, a fucking balloon. Come on, man, get out of here, balloon. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about real threats that happened. Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor was real. You know what I'm saying? That was real. People got bombed. You know, people got I gotta find another word for yeah, people got bombed and all that stuff. People got hurt. But the American people are so easily fooled and so sensitive now. Oh my God, a balloon from China. Man, how did they get this balloon in here? You know, did the balloon fly all the way from China here? It flew past a balloon, flew past jet pilots, a balloon. It flew past everything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's pretend like we've never seen CNN in a movie. We've never seen CNN in a movie. You know what I'm saying? Let's pretend that the news stations are actually based around truth and based around what's really happening. You know what I'm saying? I knew the news was a scam once I saw a movie. I was watching a movie, and you know, this was when I was younger. I'm watching a movie, and I'm like, what the hell is CNN doing in a movie? I would understand if they were using old footage of CNN, but why is the news anchor? You're a news anchor that's supposed to be all about facts and giving people truth and all this BS, and you're in a movie? Like, what is CNN or all these news networks doing in movies? I know the film Warner Brothers owns CNN or Turner Network. I know they're owned by entertainment and corporations and conglomerates, but why is a news station in a damn movie? Why are the news anchors in a movie and they're just still so comfortable? Yeah, Waterboy, Mr. Waterboy. Yeah, this is CNN News. You know, Mr. Waterboy, how did you perform these tackles? You know, what is the news station doing on a movie? Like the actual news station. You know, that's why, man, I live by the way I look at things now is, man, if I wasn't there, if I wasn't a part of it, if I wasn't there, I can't 100% say I believe anything I'm seeing at all. You know what I'm saying? In my honest opinion, everything is entertainment. Everything is right now, unless you know that person. If you know that person and you know somebody you knew went to school with was there during the Call of Duty at the school. You know what I'm saying? And they were one of the people that didn't respond. You know, I gotta use these code words. They were one of the people that didn't respond, didn't get to a medic. You know what I'm saying? If you knew that person and you're like, yeah, now you could confirm, oh man, that's someone I knew, and they really got, they really got Call of Duty at the school, at the mall. They got Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? Call of Duty. It really happened. I knew that person. That wasn't a paid actor. That person you see on TV that that got Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? Got Call of Duty and then respawn. That was a real person, you know. But today's news, man, you can't believe nothing, man. Like what? You're better off. Like if you want to watch the news, watch news from other countries, Algeria, them other countries. You know what I'm saying? You can watch that news. You know what I mean? Give me a minute. Give me 1 second. Uh, I had to take a call, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. So to me, you can't trust anything, man. You can't trust anything with the news. In all honesty, the way I look at the news now, it's all acting, man. You know, we can't. You know, I remember the Boondocks said this. It's a known unknown. Like we know that the news and has actors, man. We know there's actors out there. Like I mean, one thing I was talking to a buddy of mine, I was talking to a homie, and I realized like, yo, man, you know how they have those acting calls, like they call you for acting roles to be an extra. You know what I'm saying? They call you for acting roles to be an extra in a movie and so on. You know what I mean? They'll call you to be an extra. You're telling me there's no such thing as a situation where there's a shadow There's a black market for actors. Like, we're gonna call you to come act at this mall. Act this mall. We're gonna call you to act at this mall. And when you hear the Call of Duty, I want you to fall. I want you to, we're gonna pan. We're gonna blur the shots a little. And we need you to just, once you hear that Call of Duty sound, you know what I'm saying? Once you start hearing that Call of Duty, we want you to fall to the ground and pretend, be a good actor that you're no longer breathing. We want you to pretend. Just don't move. Don't, hold your breath. We'll have the cameraman walk around. You can't believe nothing no more, man. It is what it is, man. You know, there's too much. We're in a very fictional world. A lot of people think entertainment is, I watch the movies. I watch the movies. I go to concerts. That's entertainment. I mean, that's scripted. No, bro. The news is scripted. You got to remember the old saying, man. One of the biggest black pills ever was, they said, yup, what you do is put the truth right in front of them. Put the truth right in front of them. Show them exactly what you're doing. You're watching the news thinking, oh, man, this really happened. This really happened. These people really got hurt. When in reality, you're ignoring all your common sense. You don't know none of these people. You weren't there. You don't know nothing. You can't confirm anything. You know what I'm saying? You can't confirm. And I'm gonna drop something with you. This is a big word. This is a big quote. You could use it. You could use it. You could use this quote right now. You can't confirm it, but you can believe it. Let me repeat that. You can't confirm it, but you can believe it. It's believable. I can't confirm it, but it is believable. I could believe it. I can't confirm it, but I could believe, but I can't confirm it. But like I said, man, I want to thank everybody for 900 subs. Now, we're gonna get to what this stream is about, man. I'm gonna be changing the content. I'm gonna be pivoting the channel. The goal will be to start doing content that focuses more on ghosting. I think the future of men, especially in the West, you're looking at this photo. If you're not listening to the stream, you're looking. This is the future right here. This is the future. You see that image with that guy on the phone, on his laptop with his girl drinking? This is the future. You know what I'm saying? And I think if you don't want this type of future for yourself, where you're going out on a date on a damn video chat, that's your date, a video chat. If this ain't the future you want, man, the future is ghosting. A lot of men are about to ghost, man. Ghosting is about to free men. You know what I'm saying? The Casper pill is probably gonna be, YouTube. I don't think YouTube can actually detect that on the algorithm, because the black pill content, man, there's a lot of people using it. I heard the black pill being mentioned on some comic book channels. I heard the black pill being mentioned by, of course, that scam artist. You know what I'm saying? I heard some scammers. The future is ghosting, man. You know what I'm saying? Ghosting in society. It is the future, man. Shout out to the homie Gamby, man. The homie Gamby, I ain't see him in a while, but he once told me he had a ghosting position system. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? GPS, ghosting position system. You know what I mean? Ghosting is the future. You know what I mean? I think ghosting is going to encompass everything men do in the next 5 to about 15 years. That's what a lot of men are going to be doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be dropping another, this stream is different. I want to turn this stream to a black pill prophecy. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't a black pill prophecy. You know what I mean? This stream, but it is what it is. But let's get to what this stream is about, man. This stream is about something a lot of men need to understand. I call it, and this came when I was on a stream. I was on a stream talking to somebody, and they didn't want to stick. They didn't want to stay on the logic. But basically, man, dating has degenerated. we are in the age, there's a degeneration of dating. You know what I'm saying? Dating isn't just in the grave, but dating has been degenerating for over 50 years. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about dating from the generational perspective. You know, I'm a millennial. You know, I'm a millennial. So us millennials, how we got exposed to dating was when it came to online, is that we got exposed to dating over the phone. I remember there was those hotlines where you could talk to a girl and you might meet her in real life. You know, you would talk to her and try to meet her in real life. Then eventually, of course, online dating happened. You know, people remember Plenty of Fish, Tag, OK Cupid. So the goal was to talk to somebody online, see their avatar, see all their images that would tell you how they appear in real life. So when you meet them, you know what I mean? I used to date, what is it, man? I remember MySpace. I went on a date with a chick from MySpace. You know what I'm saying? I remember I went on a date with a chick, I think it was OK Cupid or something. You know what I mean? I met her up, whatever. But yeah, the goal for dating. Oh yeah, AOL. Oh, AOL Messenger. All right, MSN Messenger. All right, I remember that. Cuffing at this point is outdated. Yeah. Well, the thing is this: the reason I bring this up is that the degeneration of dating is. Think about it. Me as a millennial, we were introduced to trying to get to know somebody from not seeing them in real life. Like, you know what I'm saying, talking to them over the phone, you know, dating sites and all that. You know, we're the millennials, we're of the dating sites and of course eventually dating apps. Now if you go back to Gen X, Generation X, you know what I'm saying, Gen X, their whole dating experience was in person. The majority of Gen X was in person. So they'll meet a girl at a bar, they'd meet her at a club, they'd meet her at somewhere. Their introduction to that woman was in real life. It was in person. That was Gen X. Gen X, all most of their introduction to women was in real life. You know what I'm saying? It was in real life while us, while us millennials, a lot of our introduction to women was also, we're the generation, I think, where it really became, my introduction to this woman was online. It wasn't in person. I met her online. You know what I'm saying? I spoke to her online. So the millennial generation, we're the ones where a lot of it started. Your introduction to a woman was online. You know, we really got exposed to that, whether it was online or during a hotline on a phone. A lot of millennial dating was your introduction to the woman was you met her, you could meet them on a dating site. But still, the majority of millennial dating, at least until I'd say about the late '90s to early 2000s, was in person. You know what I'm saying? Was in person. But we're of that generation, the millennial generation. Our goal was to meet that woman in person, and that's when we would confirm it as a date. Like you got to listen to what I'm telling you here. As a millennial, for us to confirm we're dating, we had to meet in person. That was the confirmation. Like, yo, I'm going out on a date. It had to be meeting that woman in person. You know what I'm saying? It was in person. You know what I mean? As a millennial. Now, you know, you got Gen Xers. Gen Xers, they would meet a woman at the bar. They'd meet her at an event. They'd probably meet a chick at a park. You know what I'm saying? Gen Xers, a lot of their, a lot of their dating was in person. It was physical interaction. Over 95% of a Gen Xer's time dating when they were like teenagers to when they were, let me check, man. Give me a minute. Let me see what's going on with this phone. With this, I think YouTube will like meet her in real life. So you want to talk to her and try. Yeah, so a lot of the Gen Xers, they'd meet a woman in real life, man. They'd meet her in person. You know what I'm saying? Most of their dating was, yo, I met her in person. I met the woman in person. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're a zillennial. You know, you're in the middle, the ones in the middle between the millennial and the Zoomers, the zillennial, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Who did? Oh, MY, what's good, man? MW, what's good, bro? I used to meet a lot of girls at roller rinks back in the late '90s. Yeah, you see, the Gen Xers, all their the Gen Xers, you got to look at the degeneration. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at every generation. It started to degenerate. It started to degenerate. So Gen Xers, to confirm the date, they had to meet her in person. They had to talk to that woman in person. Then they would schedule a date. Then you move on to us millennials. We'd have to talk to that woman on a phone, on them dating hotlines. I forget the name of one of the dating hotlines way back, and we try to talk to them online. So the first introduction to a woman for a Gen Xer was meeting her in person. It was meeting her in person, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Instagram. Yeah, Instagram. You see, I'm going to get there. I'm going to get to the Zoomers, and I'm going to explain to you why the Zoomers will actually lead to the future. You see this image I'm showing you right now. The Zoomers are literally going to lead to non physical dating. The future for the Zoomers is non physical dating. Man, what the fuck is wrong with this? You know what I mean? Let me ask some people, am I freezing up? Because on my end, I see that I'm freezing up from time to time. No one's saying nothing. So, but yeah, but Gen Xers, they would meet the women. They'd meet the women in real life. You know what I'm saying? They'd have to be introduced to the woman. The Gen Xers, the Gen Xers would actually, oh, yo, thank you, Pars. Thank you, man. Thank you. So the Gen Xers, their first introduction to a woman was in real life, was physically in the physical world. You know what I'm saying? The Gen Xers were in the physical world. And you know what I mean? They had to meet women, and the Gen Xers had to meet them. They had to talk to them. And then before the Gen Xers, you got the boomers. You got the boomers where they really, the only option was to meet the woman. The option was you could get set up. A lot of the boomers could probably tell you stories where, yeah, they were set up. The dating was arranged. It was arranged between their parents and their families. And you got to understand, the boomers grew up at a time where there was less than 5% divorce rate. Think about it. The boomers grew up at a time where the divorce rate was about less than 5%. You know what I'm saying? The boomers could tell you that, yeah, man, I don't remember divorce. I don't remember divorce being rampant. It was a very rare thing. Like to the boomers, divorce was like a horror movie. It was like a horror movie, like seeing Jason or something. It rarely happened. It rarely happened. And another thing, how you could tell dating has degenerated is that during the boomers' time, and in fact, yeah, let me work my way to the boomers. So I'm gonna focus on the boomers. I won't focus on the silent generation. That was the generation before the boomers. But we'll just stick to the boomers for the time being. Because a lot of channels you watch, YouTubers, a lot of guys when they talk about dating, they talk from the perspective of the 80s, 90s, 2000s. You know what I'm saying? No one thinks beyond that. No one thinks beyond that. You know what I'm saying? So let's start with the boomers. The boomers, a lot of their dating could be set up between their parents. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of their dating could just be talking to a woman, say, what you want to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to go, the boomers were used to telling them, hey, you want to meet me up? I'm gonna be here, meet me here. They would dance, they would go out together and so on. So the boomers, they're of the generation where everything was physical contact. It was introduction. A boomer might walk outside, see a beautiful girl, and say, "Hey." You know, you look beautiful. You want to do something? You know, let's go get a burger. Let's go to the park or something. You know what I'm saying? The boomers were very, their introduction to the woman was all physical. It was always physical contact. And the only time the boomers didn't really talk to a woman was when they were going to war, or they were leaving or working in the oil camps, the mines, and they had to send that woman letters. They were going overseas. So when the boomers think about long distance relationships, they think about, yeah, man, I went to overseas for the war, so I had to keep sending my girl letters back and forth. I was sending her letters, and we would talk and keep in contact through letters. Or I went to another state for business, so I had to talk to her with letters or whatever. You know what I mean? The boomers, that's how they would keep their distance. But you notice the big difference between the boomers and the next generations is that the boomers were not introduced to a woman from a non-physical perspective. The only time the boomers would talk to a woman and weren't, talk to a woman was after introduction, after learning this woman, after knowing her. That's when the boomers would start talking to that woman with mail, mailing letters. You know what I'm saying? That's when the boomers would talk to a woman. Like if they can't be around that woman or can't be with her, that's when the boomers uh, spoke to that woman with letters and stuff like that. Then you go on to, after the boomers, you go towards Gen X, man. Gen X, Generation X, as you know it, you know what I'm saying? Gen X was when now people will can contact the woman. I could get her phone number. You know what I'm saying? You gotta remember that's before the cell phone was big. So, a lot of times if somebody got a number back then, it was probably your beeper. If you had a cell phone like that, probably your phone or your house phone. A lot of times it was the house phone. But still, Gen Xers, the majority of their introduction to a woman was in person. Was in person. The majority of it was in person. You know what I'm saying? When it came to Gen Xers. And, Gen Xers, they didn't have they had cell phones, but it wasn't as big as it is now. It costs a lot more. I mean, so I don't remember in the 90s, I don't remember seeing a lot of cell phones in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I began seeing a lot of phones like in the 2000s, 2000s, late 90s. But a lot of the introduction for the Gen Xers, the only time a Gen Xer didn't really meet a woman was probably his homie gave her his phone number, his beeper. You know what I'm saying? That's when they would contact each other from a distance. When the introduction was not in person, was, yo, my boy gave her my phone number. You know what I'm saying? And eventually, of course, we know Match.com came out, but but Gen Xers tended to go to dating shops. What is that? I forget. Speed dating events. You see, that's in person. Speed dating events was in person with the Gen Xers. So a lot of the Gen Xers dating was in person. Their introduction to a woman was in person. Then you arrive to my generation, us millennials, and that's when it became, yo, I met, you know, it wasn't 100% there, but around the 2000s and late 90s, that's when it became, yo, we had a hotline to talk to some women. We'd meet them in a hotline. You know what I mean? You meet them in a hotline. Then eventually it was MySpace. You'd meet a woman on MySpace and so on. So with us millennials, it became 25. You know what I'm saying? Out of 100% of the times you'd interact with a woman, there was a 25% chance you might have interacted with her online. You know, online later on, like in the late 2000s, I think with the cell phone, really with the arrival of the phone. With the arrival of the phone was when a lot of people started dating online or whatever. So the millennials, us millennials, we still met in person for the most part. For the most part, dating for millennials was in person. You know what I'm saying? You met the person. in person and all that stuff, you know. So for the most time, it was in person with millennials. Then, 2010s came in. 2010s was really when everything changed. You know what I'm saying? The cell phones were where they were. Let me see what the homie Nezzy Nez said. Yeah, there's a book called The Age of Spiritual Machines. Talks about an age where we no longer have physical contact. Sex will become artificial. The book was written in 1999. Yeah, all 99. That's a good year. Before 2099, man. That's burned in people's memory. That's a legendary decade. Oh yeah, I mean we're already there because what I'm gonna start talking about is a lot of people think, yo, you got to go to the metaverse. Wait till we get to the metaverse. We're gonna be dating in the metaverse and all that. But how? Why do we have? We don't have to wait in the metaverse. You know what I'm saying? We're already in a digital world. The majority of people interact with each other online. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people I talk to on here or I've spoken to on a phone, I've never met in person. You know what I'm saying? I've never met in person. You know, the 2010s was when people started going online. You know what I'm saying? When everybody started getting cell phones and everything like that. now you could mobily travel. But what Nezzy Nez said is we're already there, man. We're already there. The thing is, Conan 19 created that. Like I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. Why we're already in the realm where a lot of men are getting sexual experiences through video chats and through digital means, not even physical interactions. We're already there. I mean, look up when you get the chance, whoever's listening to this, look up the economics on cam girls. Look up how much money women are making on cam girls, cam dating sites, your OnlyFans. Think about OnlyFans. A woman is making millions of dollars. Let's not talk about the money. This woman is literally interacting with thousands of men, and she's naked and she's getting them all sexually aroused, and she never met them. So a lot of sexual activity now is digital. You know what I'm saying? It's digital. Like let's compare porn. Let's compare porn in the 90s to porn now. Let's compare that. Let's compare the major difference between porn in the 90s, early 2000s to now. Now in the early 90s, you know what I'm saying? You got your porn through a magazine or you went to a store to buy a DVD or something like that. Or you watch a channel like the Spice Channel, you know what I'm saying? But the reason I bring this up is that in the 90s, there was a chance you would interact with a woman in the physical world. You had to go outside for your sexual needs. This is before the smartphone. This is before portable video players and all that stuff. So you had to go outside. You know what I'm saying? You had to go outside. You had to go outside, man. You know. So in the 2000s and 90s, there was a chance you interact like and you gotta remember the 90s and 2000s. This is before a man whistling at a woman could potentially be seen as an abuse case. This is before the narrative of the. This is before the 2010s, aka the overage. This is before that. This is before the 2010s. So there was a chance that a man would interact with a woman in real life because he had to go pick up his porn, pick up his magazines. He had to go pick it up. You know what I'm saying? He had to go get his DVDs. Now let's go to the 2010s. You got a phone. You could be watching porn on your phone. You know what I'm saying? You don't ever need to leave or go outside to get your sexual needs met. You know what I'm saying? So all your sexual interaction became digital. You know what I'm saying? This is why a lot of people talking about, yo, man, once we get the metaverse, everything we'll do is online. You're gonna get a girlfriend on the metaverse. You're gonna be online. That's BS. People are already doing that. It's called cam girls. You know how many guys that are paying cam girls to act as their girlfriend and all that stuff, giving her money and all that stuff. You don't need to be in the metaverse, man. We're already there. We're already in a digital first world. Like I brought up, I told guys, think about it. There are more places to charge your phone than there are places for you to go to the restroom. You know what I'm saying? We're already in a digital world. We don't exist in a physical realm as much as people think they are. You carry your phone around, with you everywhere you go. And then the way you talk to people, you get all these notifications. Think about it. You get more notifications about people you've never met than you get from your own real family and people you have in the real world. You know what I'm saying? Pars said 2010s is when people started to go hikomori, but on a lesser scale, things like Twitch blew up in the 2010s. You know what I'm saying? You know, said, what's your opinion on bars in the 2000s? Well, I mean, bars in the 2000s versus now is that, I think in the 2000s, man, I didn't, I was a little too young to be at the bars like that, but, well, at least, yeah, I ain't go to bars like that. But I think 2000s, you didn't have Me Too, you didn't have all the anti-male propaganda. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand that before the 2010s, you could ask a girl out. It was perfectly normal that you were walking in the park, you saw a beautiful girl or a beautiful woman, and you were like, "Hey, oh, what's good? What's up with you? You want to go somewhere else out instead of this park? You want to walk together?" It was normal and it was acceptable that men would see a beautiful woman or and try to talk to her outside of a bar, outside of a restaurant, outside of a concert, outside of a commercial facility. You know what I'm saying? Men would talk to them. So the 2010s, a lot of men go into the bar, and I've worked the bar space as security. I still work on the bars on and off. The 2010s, the men would enter the bar with with knowing that they're being targeted. Knowing that they can't be drunk. You gotta understand that. And I did bouncing. The men in the bar can only be drunk when they're fighting. If the men are fighting, then they're drunk. But if a man is, he's wild, he's drunk, he's talking to a girl and she's drunk, they're both drunk, then that man isn't drunk. He's trying to take advantage of it. That's the narrative that's been pushed. That's why a lot of the bars are hit. They're losing a lot of money. I mean, there's a whole story on bartenders that were targeting the male customer. Like, they would purposely give them less drinks. You know what I'm saying? Or like he'd order a drink for him and this woman, and they'd water it down because they would try to signal that he's the prey. He's always the predator. But in reality, from a bouncer's perspective, you got to think about who's predator and who's prey. You know what I'm saying? The man, now let's say this bar, the man has to pay to go in. So the man has to pay to go into the bar. I said the man has to pay. You know what I'm saying? And then there are far more at the bars. There's usually a lot of discounts here and there. And the woman enters for free at the bar. She enters for free. The man has to buy her the drink. You know what I'm saying? The men tend to be buying the women the drinks. And a lot of times, it's the narrative is, oh man, the guys are simping here and there. But you go to the bar, the women are really eye candy. You know what I'm saying? They're eye candy. And when the men see the women, they're like, all right, man, it's not a sausage fest. There's some women here because that's the goal. You'll go there if you're looking for women. You're going there for the women. So the women come in there. they don't. It's assumed they don't got to pay for anything, or they were literally let in to the bar, and the men had to pay to come in. So the women are going in with the notion that they got to find a man to buy them a drink. So how is the man the predator most of the time when the women, and I've seen it as a bouncer, I've seen it, man. I've seen it where a group of women would come into the bar and literally have no money at all, like zero. And they would just sit there, they would just stand in the dance floor, and from time to time they'll get water and they'll wait for a man to just come up to them and buy them a drink, come talk to them to buy them a drink. I've seen it where women would come into the bar for 4 hours. They didn't buy nothing, they didn't drink nothing, just waiting for a man to buy them something. You know what I mean? So, the narrative of predator and prey, a lot of the times, who's coming in there looking for someone to buy them something? So, how is the man the majority of the time the predator? When in most of the cases, the man is the prey. You know what I'm saying? She's got to find a man to buy her a drink. You know what I'm saying? She's got to find one. She's looking for someone to buy her a drink, and I've seen it from my experience as a bouncer. Now it's changed. It's changed. The narrative has changed because the narrative has been pushed that women must perform and that women are just equal as men. A lot of the women I've seen come into the bars now buying more drinks than the men. Like I've seen some women in the bar holding two drinks, like two high noons. You know what I'm saying? Two high noons the women were holding. You know what I mean? Two high noons. I've seen the women drink a lot more than the men at times. Because a lot of times the man will come in, yo, man, I don't want to get kicked out. You know what I mean? The man is aware that, yeah, if I drink too much too quick, I'm getting kicked out. You know what I'm saying? So the guy will, and another thing is some guys, you don't want to look like you're an alcoholic. Like, why would I walk around with two beers in my hand? Then I don't have a hand that's free to shake somebody's hand, talk to a woman or whatever. I need one hand free. You know what I'm saying? I've been at bars where, I know some people, so somebody would buy me a drink. They're like, yo, what's good, man? And the next thing you know, I got three drinks, and I got two drinks in my back pocket. And while I'm holding one in my hands. 'Cause, I don't want to look like a goddamn alcoholic. I don't want to look like I can't control my drink. You know what I mean? So I'll just walk around with one drink and I got like two of them on my back pocket. That's the only time I think you as a man, because I wouldn't put my phone in my back pocket, but I put beer. I put beer in my back pocket. You know what I'm saying? But let's get to it. Let's get to the degeneration. So now, like I said, with the millennials around the 2000, because I remember it was like 2007, 2008, or when the iPhone came out and all that. But a lot of people think Samsung Galaxy. The Galaxy was originally a Google phone. It was like a Google phone. I think it was Google partnered up with Samsung. I remember my boy had a Galaxy. You know what I'm saying? Or they used to call it. Yeah, my boy had a Galaxy phone, and he was messing with that during the 3G era. You know what I'm saying? 3G and all that. So us millennials, we started, you know, getting introduced to women with MySpace. You know what I mean? On the phone, MySpace, and all that. It started getting digital. But once 2010 hit, then it became full blown digital with your Instagrams, your TikToks, your dating apps. It became full blown, man. You know what I mean? Or my homie Eddie, man. You know what I mean? I noticed that in the last few years, alcohol abuse is on the rise for women. Yeah, women are using a lot more alcohol than ever before because women have accepted the narrative that they got to drink and can drink just like the men. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the Note 7, my brother. I had a Note, man. You know what I mean? I had a Note and it broke, man. Sprint robbed me with that. But Yeah, let me see what the homie JP said. Bars is cheaper and safer to drink at the house. Bars are one of the worst places to meet women. You'll have a more efficient chance by just living. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could meet all the homie, man. Steve G was good, man. I sent you like a friend request on the Discord. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't get it back. But yeah, men are able to tolerate alcohol better than yeah. Well, I mean, we got more muscle mass. A lot of women don't get that their body is mostly fat. You know what I'm saying? They're not supposed to eat and drink like us, man. That's why a lot of women that struggle to lose weight, they look at a man and say, "How come you're losing weight?" Well, my body isn't designed to feed another person. You know what I mean? A man's body isn't designed to literally hold food for another person, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me contact you, Steve G. Give me a minute, man. Let me see if I could hit you up with a friend request. If for some reason, let me just tag you on something. I'm gonna tag you, and then I'll message. Let me see. Let me message you. Yeah, I think it didn't let me. Oh, we are friends. Yeah. Oh, all right, yeah, I got you. I got you, man. I got you. Where you up? You up? Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works now. Yeah, I got you. Cause Discord is a little stupid, man. But yeah. So a lot of the women, man, they're drinking alcohol like the men, and the women don't get that. They don't have as much muscle mass, muscle tissue. They don't have as much to burn it or regress it. You know what I'm saying? We could drink more because it's gonna take a lot longer for that beer to hit our body. We got more muscle mass, we got more bone density, we have a lot more layers to basically weaken and limit that alcohol. A woman's whole body is literally fat. The majority of a woman's body is fat, and her body is designed to literally hold food and feed a developing life in her stomach. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot more women are gaining more weight than ever before because they've accepted the challenge. Like I remember the '90s. Like in the '90s, a woman would not want to eat the same proportion as a man. A woman wouldn't want to eat the same proportion as a man. Like you would go on a dinner with a woman and she'd be, give me a salad. Like the women would want less food. Of course, they want to keep their figure, but the women understood that you can't eat like a man. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna put too much weight on you. And then you want to look beautiful, you want to be fit and shape and all that. And you gotta remember back in the '90s, there wasn't much plus size clothing for women. You know, I did a I did a stream a long time ago about body shaming. That body shaming. The reason women are so big right now is that the fashion industry started talking to the fast food industry. McDonald's is sharing all its numbers with your Calvin Kleins, your what is it, Christian Dior, your what's all Gucci. Like Gucci, the fast food industry and the fashion industry, they're working together. Like, why do you think now you could go to a high fashion mall and you're like, yo, how do they have double, triple X for a woman? Like, they literally got the whale owl, Christian Dior. They got the whale owl, and you see a lot of these chicks coming out the mall just built like a damn Cheerio. You know what I mean? Just all round. You know what I mean? Or let me put it out there, man. Let me put it out there. The future. A lot of muck builts. You know what I'm saying? You see a muck built woman with a dress on and all that. You know what I mean? A lot of them built like that, built like a muck. You know what I'm saying? And they coming at the mall. They coming out the mall, man. They coming out the mall muck built. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Oh, man. Biscuit built. That BBW. Biscuit built. Buffalo built. You know what I'm saying? They all coming. You know what I mean? Yeah, the fast food destroyed the woman. Yeah, I live 70% of them are fat. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Just remember, people, BBW. You know what I'm saying? Stands for biscuit built woman, buffalo built woman. You know what I'm saying? That's what BBW stands for, man. You gotta. It's not big, beautiful. No, man. It's a code word for fast food. Fast food restaurant knows BBW stands for buffalo built, biscuit built. Like, there's a lot of women just built like a biscuit. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, you gotta understand, bro. A lot of the women started eating like the men, started drinking like the men. I started noticing women drinking and eating heavy like the men around the 2014 when I became like a bouncer. I would be looking at it like I'd be looking at, I'm a bouncer. I'm supposed to be watching what's going on. Yeah, Eddie, you already know, man. But I'll be watching it. I'm like, yo, they ordering a whole plate of fries, like fried, you know, the buffalo wings. There's no shame. There ain't no shame. The women are eating as much as the men. And the thing is, the average built woman, like I'll show you. Let me look for it right now. Give me a minute. Let me try to find it. Average woman. Let me see. Trying to find it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I think this right here. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Give me a minute. Yeah. Share this. Yeah. One thing I've noticed, man. One thing I've noticed. One thing I've noticed. One thing I've noticed about women now is that if you look at the average woman now, like all their arms. Let me go to the image. Like before in the 2000s and like in the 2000s and in the 90s, women's arms were not as wide. One thing I've noticed with how you could tell women have gotten bigger is that look at most of their arms are usually inflated. You know what I'm saying? Like their arms look like somebody like squeezed a little air, you know what I'm saying, into the balloon. The average woman is really built let me look up a balloon animal. You know what I'm saying? I'll show you what I mean. Balloon animal. You know what I mean? Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna show you what I mean, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see it. Yeah, there it is. There it is right there. I found it. You know what I mean? Let me share this. Yeah, look at this image, man. Look at this image. Like most women now, like what I've come to notice is a lot of women, their arms are built like a balloon. Like it's inflated. You know what I'm saying? It might be too much of the processed and fat food. 'Cause, women aren't eating salads or eating like women anymore. You know what I'm saying? In the 2000s and 90s, you know what I'm saying? 2000s and 90s, all chicken. Yeah, oh, so that's what it's called. You saying chicken arms? Yeah, a lot of women have, in my opinion, these like it's like their arms are very balloon animal built. You know what I'm saying? It's got that round, inflated shape. Like it's very hard for you to find a woman with she's thin, she's thin in her arms. Like I be judging a woman by her weight based on how inflated her arms are. Like you can't. I've seen chicks where they're skinny, but their arms are still inflated because of the way they eat, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, unhealthy lifestyle. Yeah, I mean, and then the other thing you gotta remember is that in America right now, and look at how much fast food capital. Like right now in America, the majority of women that cook work at the restaurants or and they're foreigners. They're foreign women. You know what I'm saying? The majority of women are fast food eating, or skinny fat. Skinny fat. Yeah, my brother told me that. My brother told me skinny fat a while ago. He told me that slang. You know what I mean? Because most women, like, look at these balloon animals. You know what I mean? Oh, you want the 1950s, man? I'll show you 1950s, women. You know what I'm saying? This right here, oh look at that. It doesn't even show up. Look at like I'll show you. Look at this image right here. This will shock you. You know what I mean? This is gonna shock you. Where's the image? Let me open it. Let me look. Like this is a 1950s. You know, let me see. Share this image. Yeah, like if you look at them, like if you look at their arms, it's usually skinnier. You know what I'm saying? Let me find a better image. Because, you can't even search online like you used to, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't even, oh, this image will work. You know what I'm saying? This one could work. Let me see. You know what I mean? Oh, where's, oh, now it's not sharing. Yeah, give me a minute. Now it's not sharing anymore. Give me 1 second. I got to share the screen. Yes. Yeah. Look at that. I mean, look at that. Look at that. That's 1950s. The arm, like you could see the definition. You know what I mean? You could see it's still. Look at that arm right there. It's bonier. It's like you don't see the fat like you. And look at the neck. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man. And then you go back to the normal. You know what I'm saying? The average bird right now, their arms, man. Like I'll show you a group of these chicks right here. Let me see. Where's that image? Open image, a new tab. Yeah, share that. Look at this. You know what I'm saying? If you even the skinniest ones, you know what I'm saying? You know, what I mean? I'm gonna show you something, man. Look at her arms. You know what I'm saying? Even when she's skinny, then look at the fold. Like in the modern age we live in now, it's just seen as normal. Like this chick right here, I think she's probably the blonde she's probably now look at this blonde I'm pointing at. You know what I'm saying? I'm pointing at people would say she's too skinny, but this is what average used to be, man. This used to be average. And then her, she's about, I think, second to the blonde. She's probably in a good shape as well. You know what I mean? But, you don't see that fat on the arm. But then you move on to like this chick right here. You could see the fold, that balloon arm. Like, you see that balloon arm shape on her hand. And then you see the balloon arm. Of course, you see the fat folds on their stomachs. But and I've met, like, I've been at the bar, you know what I'm saying? I've been at the bar where I had to holler at some, I was talking to some chick and she would say, I'm too skinny. And I'm like, yo, you're normal. You're what average used to be. You know what I'm saying? You're healthy average. But now they would say this is average, the fold on the stomach, you know what I mean? Out of shape, man. And then they always do this. They'll always stick a Buffalo Bill. You know what I'm saying? They'll casually progress and then they'll stick a buffalo in there. And a lot of these chicks, their egos. A lot of people think, you know what I mean? A lot of people think the thick agenda that started in 2010s. Yeah. Well, 2010s, it wasn't thick, really. The 2010s, and you got to think about it. 2010s was when Kim Kardashian became big, became successful. You know what I mean? But yeah. Look at one thing I'm gonna tell you, man. Like, start looking at the arms of women. Like, whenever I see the arm, I'm like, yeah. You could tell she's fat without even seeing her whole body. Is that her arms is got that balloon arm syndrome? Like, it looked like somebody inflated that joint. You know what I mean? Put some air in it, and then you see the fold on her stomach and that. And I've seen worse, man. You see this chick right here, the redhead. You know what I mean? Let me zoom in, going to the redhead. This is what I've seen normal. I've seen a lot of chicks at the bar. Even at a bank, I saw a chick dressed like this, straight buffalo. You know what I'm saying? Straight buffalo or hippo built. You know what I'm saying? Dressed with a low top, a crop top. You know what I mean? And what I'm about to tell you now is that the question you got to ask is why is she here? The biggest one, because what they've done now, like back in the 90s, there wasn't the fashion industry was separate from the food industry. You know what I'm saying? The fashion industry and the food industry didn't really talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't talk to each other. So they didn't keep tabs on each other. So a lot of women, the biggest complaints I remember in the 90s, women used to complain about when they were big was that women had to lose weight back in the 90s and early 2000s, super early 2000s, is that the reason the women had to lose weight back then was that there wasn't their size. A lot of fashion industries did not sell large women's size clothing. It wasn't a common thing. A lot of women used to complain. You know, I think women are measured differently than men. They talk about a size 0 or size 1 or size 3. You know what I mean? It was a size 3, whatever. So the women were measured differently. There wasn't that much for bigger women when it came to their size. But, but look at this. And the thing I'm going to show you, I'm going to zoom in onto the Buffalo Bill chick. Give me a minute. I'm going to just point at her. The thing is, a lot of guys looking at this photo are saying, oh, they up there supporting this big girl. They're supporting her. You know what I'm saying? They're her support system. These skinnier women are actually supporting her. No, my friends, you're wrong. You're wrong. If you think they're here to support her, you're wrong. It's actually in reverse. The bigger woman is actually their support system. You see, when they all eat more, like late at night, remember the average woman can't cook. A lot of women nowadays are depending on their metabolism. You know what I'm saying? They're depending on their metabolism to keep them in shape. The average woman now ain't even walking at all, man. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of guys looking at this will say, yo, hold the truth hostage. Oh, yo, Black Circle was good, man. Black Circle, aka the wave warrior. You know what I'm saying? The wave warrior. The war with him and Young Wavy will continue. You know what I mean? But a lot of guys thinking, yo, that they're actually the support system for the big girl. You're wrong. She's support for them because when they look at her, she's actually their support system. So when they gain too much weight, they support her, and she's literally the embodiment of a way out, a way to not take accountability for their weight. So you'll see this, and I've seen this a lot in bars. You'll see a lot of these skinnier girls will openly say their bigger girlfriend is more beautiful, more sexy than them because they're building up the ego of who they will become. The bigger girl represents the future of these skinnier women. She represents what they will eventually become. You know what I'm saying? And for them to justify it, they have to tell her she's beautiful just the way she is. Don't change. Because if she was to change, if she was to get in shape like them, it would put the pressure on them to stay in shape. Then they can't afford to gain weight. A lot of guys don't understand how women talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? Women are each other's support system. You know what I'm saying? They're each other's support system. So they have this big woman as their support, and they're going to keep supporting her. They're going to keep pumping air in her brain. You're beautiful. You're healthy. Whatever man doesn't want you, there's something wrong with him because they're doing this so when they gain weight, they don't have to have any guilt. They'll literally have her in the burner, her in their orbit, waiting to support them. She being big and having all this weight, she can't tell them she can't laugh at them when they gain weight. She can't be any level of accountability for that. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it where skinnier chicks will hang with a big chick, and that big chick is really support for them. Just like a lot of guys, yeah, there it is, yeah, losing weight is hard work. Well, it ain't hard work, it's just accountability. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand we're in a hyper consumer society. You know, once the fashion industry and the fast food industry started talking, there's a narrative that started being pushed that, yo, your weight don't matter. Like, let's be honest here. I'm gonna go look up a buffalo quick. Let me look up a buffalo. Let me see, BBW. You know what I mean? Let me look up a BBW. You know what I'm saying? Let me look up a buffalo. You know what I mean? Where is it? Yeah, yeah. You know, let me find that buffalo. No, that image ain't good enough. Buffalo, where is it? Where's the buffalo? The Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah, let me get the image a little bigger. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The thing is, a lot of guys don't get it that this is normal, man. I was on what was it, man? I was on Facebook dating. You know, I'll be on there from time to time, you know, looking at a bird to, you know, just chop it up with one of these birds. But I'm gonna show you something. Let me see if it'll let me show you the screen. Let me zoom into myself. Where is it? Let me solo it. Dolo. Oh, nope. Let me dolo it. Yeah, yeah. So I'll show you. Let me get this out the way. Yeah, let me open it. Like, take a look, man. You know what I'm saying? What you scroll through. Where is it? No, she don't have a. So I'll scroll through it. Yo, the majority of chicks you'll see on Facebook dating will be overweight, man. Like mad overweight. And the thing is, they'll find being overweight is something to aspire to, something to be beautiful about. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? This is beautiful. This is, and the thing is, you guys are looking at this. Let me fix the setting because I keep having this virtual background BS. Let me put none. Much as I would love to put the brick, let me put none. So the thing is, look at that. You know, you're looking at this and saying, "Oh man, she's not beautiful." You know what I'm saying? She's not hot. You're saying that, but look at this through the lens. Let me fix this. Fucking phone will sleep sometimes. The sleeper timer is too damn early. Let me fix it. Yeah, I'll put that. Yeah. So you know what I mean? You're gonna look at this and say, "Oh man, she's not beautiful. She's too big." You know what I'm saying? She's too big. You know, she's not beautiful. But now let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, man. God damn, man, this phone. Now let me tell you something. Now look at this through the lens of a fast food restaurant. Look at her through the lens of a fast food restaurant. What do you see? What do you see as a fast food restaurant? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you see here? You see a loyal customer. You see someone that's so loyal to you that she's promoting and happy with the weight she gains from eating your food, that it does not change how she dresses and behaves. Like back in the 90s, man, they didn't really advertise fat people at the restaurants. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do that. They didn't advertise it. Let me show you another photo. You know what I mean? Just, dress, still beautiful and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Let me skip that. You know what I mean? Let me go to another one and then look at that, another one. You know what I mean? You see a customer. You know what I mean? A customer, yeah, junkie, an addict. You see an addict, right? We've been trained that crackheads and drug addicts, they got broken teeth. You know what I'm saying? They got broken teeth. They can't talk. But we haven't been trained that fast food addicts will literally let their body go. They will still present themselves as beautiful and attractive when they're literally overweight. You know what I'm saying? Overweight, man. This is what happens when fashion in the food industry. I'll show you another one. You know what I mean? Look at that. You know, tats out. You know what I mean? That's that. You know, big. That's another one that's big. That's 20, 22 years old. That big. You know what I mean? Now let's see another one. You know, another one big. Look at that. It's not even one. It's not 1 in 10, man. You know, everyone you step into obese. You know, highlight the breast. You know what I'm saying? Highlight the breast, of course. Let's see what's going on here. New York. Let me see. I think I found. Is that a skinny chick? I don't see up. Another one that's big. You know what I'm saying? Let me see this one right here. I mean, she alright. Not bad. Not bad. But yeah, like I said, man, this is what happens. And yeah, the arms are inflated. I'm telling you, I might have messed up your brain now. Balloon animal arms. You know what I mean? Let me go back to sharing the screen. But this is the norm, man. This is the norm. This is the addict, man. We've been taught that, you know, you gotta look at when did you're beautiful on the inside happen. You're beautiful on the inside. I think that was being pushed. Was that being pushed in the 90s or 2000s? I'm trying to think when you're beautiful on the inside became mainstream. You know what I'm saying? I forget. I forget. But you gotta remember. Let me look up a movie, man. Shallow, Shallow Hal. You know what I mean? Let me show you. You know, look at that. Let me show you something. Look at the narrative, man. Look at Shallow Hal. Shallow Hal was wild. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. They're telling you as a man that she's beautiful on the inside. They're basically the narrative was pushed. A lot of guys don't get the money behind this machine, man. The money. And no wonder why dating is degenerating. No, I'm almost there. I'm about to drop some knowledge. We're almost there, man. You know, we're almost there to show you the true future of dating. You know, the true future of dating is coming. But look at Shallow Hal. Let me go on the other screen. Let me go on there. Look, they made a whole movie where the narrative was that you as a man should be focused on the beauty on the inside. The shadows represent her true weight. You know what I'm saying? It was basically to sell to women it doesn't matter how obese you are. And look at the narrative. True love is worth the wait. Look at that. Look at the narrative they were pushing. They're literally pushing obesity, a shorter lifespan. They're literally pushing death. They're marketing death. And odds are, I wouldn't be surprised if Shallow Hal was funded by a fast food restaurant or junk food. But look at the narrative. True love is worth the wait. Big, you know what I'm saying? True love is worth the wait. You know what I'm saying? It was a way to demonize men, you know what I'm saying, and normalize obesity as beauty. You know what I mean? That men should be accepted and to not accept it. And think about that. True love is worth the wait. They're basically implying that to truly love a woman, you must support her destruction. You know what I'm saying? And you should get by, You should bypass and damn this. That's Gwyneth Paltrow. God damn. Gwyneth Paltrow was fired. She was fired before she started looking like a weirdo. Later on, as she got older, she stopped taking care of herself. But damn, Gwyneth Paltrow, man, we gotta do a stream, man. You know, shout out to the homie David Little. We need to do a stream dedicated you know, the women now versus women then, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how they be doing them GOAT debates of you know, we're goating athletes. We need to start goating some women, man. You know what I'm saying? That beauty, that Gwyneth Paltrow right there, that is fire. That's fire right there. She kind of looked like Stacy Keibler from WWE. You know what I'm saying? And look at her arms. Notice that her arms are not. She don't got that balloon arm effect, and you could see some bone. You know what I'm saying? There's bone density on her elbow. She doesn't have the modern woman's balloon arm syndrome. Even Jack Black back then, you could see his, you know what I mean? He had some thinness to his arm or something. But look at that. Her arm is just straight. It's not all flab and fat. Because you know, women back then walked. They had to walk or cook their food. Now you got Uber Eats. Yeah, dude. Gwyneth Paltrow back then was fire. She was hot, man. Yeah, Tori Wilson was smoking. Yeah, we need to have a top. We need to have the top 10 sexiest women of all time. You know what I'm saying? Of all time. You know what I'm saying? We need to have the sexiest women of all time. We need to get that list going, man. I'm gonna talk to some of you on that Discord. We gotta start voting, man. We gotta start doing a weekly. We need to figure out which woman, you know, back then is still, she was the hottest back then till now. You know what I'm saying? Of all time. Oh, Dame of all time. So you're saying a Dame. So Dame of all time. What was the slang of Dame? So Dame of all time. So that'll be dope. Dope. Yeah, we need to come up with an abbreviation for hottest woman of all time. You know, we need that. That Gwyneth Paltrow right there, she could knock out, you know, that sexiness right there could be sexier than the mass majority of women right now. You know what I'm saying? Just tall, built right. You know what I mean? She's not fat. She just isn't too skinny. Oh man, that's fire right there. But you know, let's get back to what this stream is about, man. Let's get to the future, man. Let's get to the future of manhood, the future of dating, the future. Let me make this photo a little bigger. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Now let's get to what this stream, the degeneration. Like I said, every generation had their dating. So us millennials, we're coming from before technology, before everything was online, dating and all that stuff. So as a millennial, I can remember that. You know what I'm saying? I can remember before that. Oh, my brother. Oh, hot. Hottest woman of all time. Yo, my brother, man. Yo, Eddie, man, copyright that, man. Yo, my man, copyright that. Hottest woman all time. Woo. And that's actually a good abbreviation. Yo, Eddie, man, copyright that, man. Copyright that. Go to the copyright office. You're in America. Copyright that right now, man. You know what I'm saying? Copyright that, bro. Technically, you copyrighted it, but copyright that, and I'd say be ready to trademark that. That right there, hot. Oh, that's fire. Is that how it would sound? Let me try to get Google to read that. Let me see how it sounds. Uh, Give me a minute. Let me see. Let me see how that sounds. Give me a minute. Let me read it. Oh man. Let me see. Tools. Uh, I'm gonna see if I can get something to read that. Word. No. Give me that beer in the fridge, man. Let me give me a minute, guys. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out how it sounds. Let's see. Let me read it. Oh wow, dude. Yo, Eddie, man. Yo, it reads as what? I had the AI read it. It reads as what, man? But yo, my brother, I will support you. Copyright that, dude. We could do that. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah. Yeah, you would close down. You know what I'm saying? Anybody, let me take that. Yeah, man, get yourself a beer. This is a Guinness right here. Good old beer, man. You know what I'm saying? Beer champion. But yeah, but Eddie, man, do that, bro. I will gladly say you sponsored it. Yes, it says what? Oh, you're saying abbreviate all the letters, and yeah, it's pronounced as you said. Oh, let me do what you did right there. Let me try that. Let me try that. Give me a minute. Let me get to that word counter. So you're saying abbreviated. I'm trying to see how it would sound. Give me a minute. Let me see that. Okay. Let me abbreviate. Let me make it. I think, but dude, it says what? If you make the AI read it, it says what? But dude, copyright that, bro. Copyright that, and I will do a stream, and we will do submissions. We need to figure out who is the hottest woman of all time. You know what I'm saying? We need a ranking. What we would do is we pick the hottest woman of all time. I'd say so. Marilyn Monroe was in the 50s, so let's say 1950 till now. You know what I'm saying? People need to figure out what's the top five. Top five. We can't do a top 10. That would be too much. But we need a top. We needed to figure out, man, who's the top five hottest women of all time, man. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we need. We need to figure that out, man. Because that Gwyneth Paltrow was fire. I didn't even know. I remember when Shallow Hal came out. I don't remember looking at Gwyneth Paltrow looking like that. Man. That was fire. But let me get back. So now with the degeneration, man, and I'm gonna open the line soon. I'm gonna try this out. But now, why am I showing you this photo? Why? Why am I showing you this photo of this guy dining with this woman on the computer? You know what I'm saying? Why am I showing you that? Because the dating has degenerated to this level. The next generation, this will be the norm. This, you see, every generation before the Zoomers. So I'm the last generation before the Zoomers. I'm a millennial. You know what I'm saying? I'm a millennial. And us millennials, we only talk to women online to meet them offline. The millennials' goal was that dating, we when we would introduce ourselves to a woman online to meet her in the real world. The date was it only counted as a date if we met her in person. Let me repeat that. Let me solo this out. With the millennials, it only counted as a date. It was only considered a date if we met the woman in person. Let me repeat that one more time. With us millennials, it only counted as a date if we met her in person. Now, let's get to this. Now with the zoomer, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to find. Give me 1 minute, man. I'm gonna Skype myself the original photo, but for some reason I can't find it. You know what I'm saying? This thing is acting a little stupid. So what I'll do is I'll just Skype myself. But give me 1 minute. Media camera. Give me 1 second. I gotta Skype myself. Gotta Skype it. Uh-huh. Give me a second. Gotta Skype it. Bang. Yeah. I finally Skyped it to myself. So give me 1 second. Gotta download the image. Uh-huh. But this is a photo of like an old dude. You know what I mean? It doesn't convey the message as well. Let me find that photo. The hell is? Oh yeah. Now I got it. Yeah, give me 1 second. Get the shallow hell out of here. Give me 1 second. First download. Okay. Yeah. Oh man, come on. Um, yeah. My bad. Accidentally muted myself. My apologies for that. My apologies. But yeah. But this is the future, people. This is the future of dating. You know, because unlike us millennials, which the goal for a millennial was to meet we would introduce ourselves online and we would only count it as a date in person. You know what I'm saying? So when we would introduce ourselves to the woman online, but the goal was to meet her in person. Now the Zoomers have changed all that. The Zoomers have completely changed all of that. With the Zoomer generation, they will count a date as spending time with a woman. You know what I'm saying? What happened during Conan 19, a big thing that happened during Conan 19 was it was called video, I think it was called live chat, Zoom dates. It became a thing. It became a thing where guys would order the food to the woman with Uber Eats. With Uber Eats, he would order the food to her house, the drinks. He would Uber her the food, and they would have a date on a video. On a video, man. They would talk on a video. Now a lot of guys are thinking, well, but hold the truth hostage. You millennials did it too. You millennials did it too. Yeah, we millennials did it during Conan 19, but we're not the ones that will be the bigger brothers, the older sisters to Gen Alpha. What you're looking at right there, this image, this is the future of Gen Alpha's dating. This is the future of Gen Alpha. Because me as a millennial, yo, my time as an older brother is done. I'm not gonna be an older brother to another generation. That's rare. That's a rarity that your father, if he's older, in America or in the West, that you as a millennial, your younger brother will be like a Zoomer. I mean, a Gen Alpha. You know what I'm saying? So what the Zoomers now you gotta think the Zoomers are approaching that age of 25, 21. So they're still young. 25, yeah, yeah, oh Eddie, yeah, 100%, man. Insta dating, yeah, insta dating, live chat dating. This is the future. Now, I'm not saying we millennials don't have issues too. One of the biggest issues we have psychologically is that we actually count. Like I'm gonna give you an example. We're all talking on this live stream, you know. You know what I'm saying? I would say, yo, I met the homie Steve G online. I met the homie Eddie. You know, I met the homie Pars online. But think about that. Think about how much of a psychological negativity that is, that I'm saying that I met someone online. I'm actually counting meeting someone online as a meeting, when in reality that's supposed to only be when you meet in the real world. Think of the psychological trauma that is, that I could count meeting you people, and you could do the same. You're counting our interactions. So when were you introduced to Hold the Truth Hostage? Oh, it was on his YouTube channel. Oh, Hold the Truth Hostage. When were you introduced to Eddie, JP, Pars, all these people? How were you introduced to them? Yeah, online. We met online and we talked. No, we didn't meet. We never met. Meetings are supposed to be in person. You can't meet somebody online. You know what I'm saying? This is how much the mind has been fucked. This is how much we devalue the meaning of physicality by substituting. So what we're doing is we're substituting digital interaction for physical interaction. We're counting what can only be in physical. Yes, you could say, yo, I know of Hold the Truth Hostage from online. I know of him from YouTube, and I could say the same thing. I know of Eddie, and I know of everybody on here from YouTube. I know of you, but for me to say, yeah, I met them online, how? I never. You can't meet somebody online. You can't. There's literally a digital wall between you. And the conversations you're having online is a digital projection of your physical self in the physical world. So how can any of us say I met you? But we've been psychologically trained that we can count conversations with people online as we met them. I know them. I don't No one here knows each other. We haven't met in the physical world. The physical world, it's that old saying where somebody said, "Yeah, man, we gotta go. We gotta meet up." It's that old saying men used to say, "I don't trust a man unless I've met him. I shook his hand." It was an old saying that I don't trust no man. I didn't shake his hand. I didn't shake his hand. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Eddie, dude, oh, you breaking it down. That's when social media impacts mental health. Yes, 100%. This is the mental health issue of social media. A lot of people are substituting real world interactions for online interactions. Like, people are saying they feel threatened by someone yelling at them on a digital screen. If anybody was to yell at me, curse at me, yo man, I'm gonna come at you, I'm gonna find you, yeah, you threatening to meet me in the real world, yes. I should have a problem with that. But you cursing at me, You saying as much bad words about me as you want. You're a digital projection. None of us talking online right now are real. It's not a real occurrence happening in front of you. I can't. We can't shake hands. We can't do a pound. We can't dap. None of this shit is real, man. It's literally a digital projection emulating a real occurrence. Yes, I'm really talking. Yes, I'm really behind this screen drinking a Guinness. You know what I'm saying? Anybody drinking a beer, man, feel free to share the type of beer you're drinking right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm drinking that Guinness Extra Stout. You know what I'm saying? Good beer. You know what I mean? It's not as great as the import. Like I'm gonna tell you something. If you're drinking Guinness, one of the homies taught me this. He's a bartender. No, somebody from Germany taught me this. When you go to the bar, when you go to the liquor store, go look for the Guinness that was imported. Like four of those Guinnesses cost like $11. But yo, that imported Guinness, you really taste the difference between the German beer. But let's get back to it. Like I was saying, all this is a digital projection. The real reason people are getting mental health issues online is they're literally claiming that a digital projection of someone arguing with them, yelling at them, is physically harming them. No, it's dude. I'm a digital projection right now. There's not. I could put my cheek right here and tell you, slap me. Give me a slap. You can't. You can't slap me, man. This is a digital projection of me from the real world. So there's nothing you could physically do to harm me while I'm on YouTube. You can't slap me through the goddamn screen. You're not a threat. Oh, the homies drinking. Oh, what? Como Sada. What is that? What type of beer is that? Is that German? Is that? 'Cause one of my homies was drinking a Japanese beer. He imported it from Japan. He told me it's fine. But let's get back. The reason I'm saying dating is degenerating. Yes, people are gonna say, but hold the truth hostage. You millennials did it during Conan 19, during the quarantines. You guys were also doing these online datings, but we saw it more as I can't meet her in person. I can't meet her. I just want to see her. I can't go to her house right now. You got to remember when Conan 19 was real, you know, certain apartments were not letting you in if you weren't a tenant. If you weren't a tenant and you lived there, they would not let you in. You couldn't come to visit people. We had that whole keep the Conan 19 rate low. So for us millennials, we would look at this and say, oh man, I ain't get to see her. You know what I'm saying? I guess I could, it's like a cam girl. I guess I could, you know, tell her get naked or something. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're drinking is fermented lightly sweet. Oh man, a black sweetened tea. Oh, you drinking tea. Oh word. I got you. Oh, kombucha. Oh word. So, for us millennials, we saw this as when it came to we saw this dating situation as I can't go meet her in the physical world, but I want her to think I care about her. I want her to think I care about her, so I'm gonna have this little fun uh, online cam date crap. I'm gonna do it so when things slow down with this Conan 19, when the quarantine is over, I can meet her in person and bang, I can hit that. I can hit her in person. So a lot of millennials, like let's use the word game. We'll just use the word game, man. We'll just, you know what I mean? Oh, my brother, yo, Black Circle, man, be easy, be safe, bro. You know what I mean? We gonna chop it up soon. We gonna talk. But yeah, so us millennials saw this as, you know, we couldn't get to her physically. We couldn't have physical interaction. So I want to stay in touch with her. She's hot. I want to hit that. So I'm gonna do this little online video chatting, video flirting. Remember, us millennials, we came from a time where we flirted with women on the phone. You know, we flirted with them on the phone, but a millennial's goal is always to meet her in person. We do not count an interaction online as a date. We look at it as I can't meet her in physical reality. I can't meet her in the physical reality. So we look at it, we strategize and say, okay, man, I can't meet her in the real world because of Conan 19, some restrictions. So I'm going to stay close to her by having these digital chats. We'll talk. She'll go eat her food. We'll talk. We'll call it not a dinner date. And even if it is a dinner date, us millennials will say, all right, call me when you cook and you're eating, and I'll talk to you when I'm cooking and we're eating. We'll make it look like we're both eating. Notice a millennial's mind is about, you know what I'm saying, simulation. Us millennials are about simulating a real meeting. Simulation. We're about simulating it. So you'll tell her, all right, yo, you go cook, go eat. Hit me up when you're eating your dinner. We'll make a simulation. We'll simulate like we're having a real moment while we're eating. We'll simulate it. Now let's go to the Zoomer. Let's get to the Zoomer, man. Let's get to the Zoomer, and I'm gonna literally explain to you why this is the norm. You know what I'm saying? This will be the norm because you got to look at the Zoomer. The Zoomer grew up in the age of the 3G, the 4G phone. The Zoomer grew up on the phone, man. They grew up on digital reality. You know what I'm saying? Especially the super young Zoomers. The super young Zoomers that I'd say Zoomers that are about 21 to 18 or 17 right now. The digital Zoomer, I'll call it the full blown digital Zoomer. You know what I mean? Full digital Zoomer. You know what I'm saying? Uh, full digital, yeah. So FDZ. You know what I'm saying? Call it a Fizz. You know what I'm saying? Fizz for short. You know, F, no, FDZ, whatever. I don't, I'm fucking up. FDZ, you know, full digital Zoomer. You know what I'm saying? A full digital Zoomer. The Zoomers that do not, their first time playing a video game with a friend was online. That's the Zoomer I'm talking about. The Zoomer that their first interaction with their friends playing a game was online. You know what I'm saying? Because us millennials, we come from an age where to play with each other, we had to go to each other's house. We had to play Call of Duty with my friend. I had to go to his house. You know, my earliest time, like my introduction to multiplayer gaming was in physical. We both meet up and we go play the game. You know what I'm saying? We both play the game. You know, it was physical. We had to meet up. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, the homie Pars. Well, Pars, you know, you're a zillennial. You're closer to us millennials. You know, your interaction is a lot of millennial lifestyle. But I'm talking about that digital Zoomer where their first time was playing a game with a friend was online. They met up online. They've never had to go through playing video games in person. Like I remember coming out of school to play wrestling, you know, like NWO versus WCW. You know what I'm saying? Raw, SmackDown, here comes the pain. We had to go to our friend's house. We had to bring the controllers. You know what I'm saying? GoldenEye. We had to bring our own controllers to play GoldenEye with each other, you know? But the Zoomer, the full digital Zoomer, the FDZ, they never had to do that. You know what I'm saying? They grew up on 4G phones. They grew up online. Everything they've done was online. The person they hated was online. The rants, you know what I'm saying? Everything they did was online. Yeah, GoldenEye, yeah, you already know. You already, oh, SmackDown Shut Your Mouth. Yeah, I remember SmackDown Shut Your Mouth had the best Triple H character model. That Triple H used to scare me playing that game. He looked too damn real. He had a weird look to his fucking face, you know. But this is to the and the reason I bring this up is that to the Zoomer, this is a date. This is not a substitute or simulation. A Zoomer really counts this online interaction as a date. You know what I'm saying? Let me go on and see the Zoomer would really count this interaction between him and this woman online as a date. To the Zoomer is far removed from the meaning of physical interaction. To the Zoomer, a man being with a woman, be it in the real world or online, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. You know, to the Zoomer, you saying this ain't a real date. A millennial will be, yo, that ain't a real date, man. You gotta meet her in person. You know what I'm saying? You gotta meet her in person. Y'all gotta schedule a meeting with with each other. Then it's a real date. To the Zoomer, no, this is a real date. You know, this is a real this is a real date. You know what I'm saying? This is a real date, man. To the Zoomer, man. To the Zoomer, this is a real date. And the reason I bring this up is that the Gen Alpha, the generation that's growing up now, Gen Alpha is growing up with 5G phones. Gen Alpha has grown up in Conan 19, where they told Gen Alpha you can't see your friends at school. You gotta stay at home. You gotta attend school in the digital realm. So Gen Alpha is gonna associate the physical world. The Gen Alpha won't differentiate the difference between the physical world and the digital world. Gen Alpha will say, "What's the difference with you going to school in the physical world, where I went to school online? Like I was on my laptop, I was streaming. The teacher was still checking if I did my work. So what's the difference?" In the eyes of Gen Alpha, the internet is real. The digital world is not a substitute. It's a reality. You know what I'm saying? You're dinosaurs, you millennials, you're just old and outdated. You Gen Xers are old and outdated. You know what I'm saying? To the Zoomer, and remember, the Zoomers grew up in the 2010s where people are quote unquote being bullied online. The Zoomers are the generation that deleted themselves online. So when the Zoomer, now picture you're an older brother and you're a Zoomer, and your younger brother is Gen Alpha. Your younger brother was born 10 years. I think every generation is what, 10 to 15 years. So your younger brother is born in Gen Alpha, and you're a Zoomer. When your younger brother, who's a Gen Alpha, comes to you for dating advice, the Zoomer is gonna be, "Oh, dude, did you and her like? Why don't you get her number and y'all schedule a date over your video chat?" You know what I'm saying? Over a video chat, you could still have a date like that. That's the advice the Zoomer will be giving their younger Gen Alpha brother. You know what I'm saying? So the future of dating, this is the facts. This is the truth here. So for the Gen Alpha, they will be getting advice that the digital world is real. Their older brother, who's a Zoomer, his first girlfriend, he met her on Facebook. He met her on Instagram. They've been dating and talking. And think about it. Think about the side effects. Like even MySpace, on MySpace, you weren't able to, I don't think on MySpace you could put your status that you're dating somebody or anything like that. You couldn't put if you're married and couldn't put all that. But on Facebook, Instagram, you can put your relationship status. What people don't get about that, that means if I'm talking to a girl for 6 months on and off on Instagram, we got video chats, we keep talking, we can both change our status to say we're dating. And I've never met this woman in my life. I've only seen her in the digital world. This is the advice the Zoomer will be giving Gen Alpha. The Zoomer perspective on dating will be of a digital perspective. And Gen Alpha growing up at a time where they were not even allowed, they were told the most dangerous thing to themselves. Gen Alpha were told it's going outside in the real world. During Conan 19, The Destroyer. You know what I'm saying? I need to make a book. Now I got access to some AI stuff. I plan to make a book called Conan 19. You know what I'm saying? The Destroyer. Because Conan 19 changed everything. You know what I'm saying? So think of Gen Alpha. I was working security at the fire department in New York, and I saw something, man. I saw something that makes me teary eyed. It broke my spirit, man. You know what I'm saying? It really makes you, consider it's the end, man. You look. I saw some kids playing with a mask, man. I saw children outside being told to wear a mask while they play with their friends. You know what I'm saying? While they play with their dog. Like I saw kids walking their dog wearing a mask. They were literally told the fresh air of the real world is toxic and dangerous to them. You know what I'm saying? Think about the psychological trauma that was placed on them about how dangerous the real world is compared to online. Now think about it. Think about these little kids were 4 to 5 years old. They're playing they're playing with each other and their dog, and they're wearing a mask. Then at the same time, they're not allowed to go to a school, a real world school. And remember, as a kid, you're very impression. You know what I mean? You have a lot of impression. So it's padded in their brain, these little kids. And remember, Conan 19, the lockdowns were from 2020 till about late 2023. Late 2023, late 2022 was when they were allowing kids to go back to school. So think about it. That kid growing up in those 2 years during Conan 19 lockdown, while they were growing up, they were literally looking at the real world as the most dangerous thing to them. While they were attending school on Zoom, online, and think about it. A parent putting a fucking mask, putting a mask on their kid while they're outside breathing fresh air. Breathing fresh air. They put a mask on a kid while they're breathing fucking fresh air. To this day, I still see some adults walking outside with a mask, you know what I'm saying, in fresh air, man. It's insane. Yeah. I've seen individuals driving to wear a mask. Yeah, they've been trained that the physical world is the most dangerous thing to them, even though your body needs air and oxygen to exist. So think about that. In those 2 to 3 years, those kids that grew up, let's say a child around, I'd say age 4 to let's say about 4 to probably 9. Because a 12-year-old kid's gonna be like, I remember being outside. So a 12-year-old kid, a 10-year-old kid will still understand they were outside. I used to be outside, and we're gonna go back outside. But them little kids where this is all they know, they were exposed, man. They were exposed to a thought process that the real world is dangerous. So what's going to happen is the Zoomers who were raised on the internet, who will literally change their status from single to in a relationship for talking to a girl online that he's never fucking met in the real world. That's going to be who gives dating advice. Dating advice will be given by a Zoomer whose first notions, whose first thoughts is the internet. The internet is what a Zoomer will be thinking about. You know what I'm saying? So think about that. So Gen Alpha will come like it's going, hey, big bro, what's up, man? There's a girl in class I like, and I think she likes me. You know, I contacted her on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? I contacted her on Instagram or TikTok, and I, I think she wants to be my girlfriend. You know, and he's gonna be like, and his big brother, who's a Zoomer, is gonna be, oh, what? Oh man, she want to change statuses, right? She want to change status. Why don't you change status, man? Why don't y'all go on an online date? Just have a video chat where you send, you know what I mean? I'll give you some money to order some Uber Eats to send food to her house so y'all can have an online date. This is the Zoomer's advice, man. This is the advice the Zoomer will give. You know what I mean? See what Parr said. Remember how I said we will come back to the U.S. Well, if this is the future, do you really want to come back? Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of men will come back to the U.S. because of that freedom of speech, man. A lot of guys don't know how addicted they are to being able to say what they want to say. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest buying point of the U.S. Even with all this rainbow activity, them targeting your kids and all that crap, targeting children, corporations. But at least while you're in America, you got freedom of speech, freedom of expression. You could write a book. You could do a lot of things that in other countries that would land you in prison or death. You know what I'm saying? That freedom of speech, man. There's a lot of men addicted to that freedom of speech, man. You know what I'm saying? That freedom of speech is the big one of the biggest drugs. One of the biggest drugs. People are literally dying to come to America. A lot of people think, oh man, they're trying to come to America. They're trying to come to America because they want a job. They want a better thing for their family. No, some people just want to be able to say what they want to say. You know what I mean? You know how many people, you know how many people I've met in the black pill community that are running proxy servers? They're running proxy servers from Germany, Russia, China, India. They're running proxy servers just to talk like an American. You know what I'm saying? Just to be able to say what they want to. They're running proxy servers. Most so-called black pill channels, you know what I mean? Like I tell people, the gray pill is the majority, but most so-called black pill channels are from overseas. They're from Russia. They're from Germany. They're from India. They're from South America. They're not from America. You know what I'm saying? And they run proxy servers just to talk with American men because you American men are free to say what you want to say. You go to another country, man, they would wipe you out. You'd be destroyed. You'd disappear. And here's the thing, they wouldn't even hide it. The government would come and tell your parents, if any one of y'all marked. Y'all marked as a threat to the government and the country. You know, we gotta take your son. He said things he shouldn't have said. It's the way he's thinking is radical and it's dangerous. So we got to take him out and they'll announce it. Then they'll tell your parents and your family that yeah, if they show any signs that they talk like their son, they're next. They're next. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be the next ones to go. You know what I mean? A lot of men, you're gonna come back to America, man. You're gonna, you know what I mean? You're gonna go to over. You might start a whole family overseas. You're gonna start a whole family overseas, and you're gonna come back to America just because you miss talking. That's it. Just because you miss walking around and being able to say what the hell you want to say. That's the greatest beauty of America. The greatest freedom is being able to talk and being able to think freely. Now, is there suppression? Yeah, there's suppression. But better suppression than you going to jail for saying what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Better you lost your job for what you're saying than end up in a entrapment camp. You know what I'm saying? End up dead, end up missing. You know what I mean? That's what it is. So a lot of men will be men that go overseas to start a family and all that. You're gonna come back. Of course, you're gonna leave your family overseas, but you're gonna come back here because you just miss talking. You know what I mean? You miss talking. You miss talking without, you know what I mean, without looking over your shoulder. You don't want to just because a lot of guys think I'm gonna go to Colombia, I'm gonna go to Brazil, I'm gonna go to Cuba, I'm gonna go to India, I'm gonna go to the Middle East, I'm gonna go to all these other countries, and I'm just gonna enjoy myself. No, my friend, you go there, you need to shut the fuck up, man. You're gonna learn that you need to shut up. You know. Oh, Andrew Tate. Oh, Nazi Naz, man. You know, Andrew Tate is in the closet, man. I mean, I got proof of it. You know, I mean, look at this. Let me give me a minute. Let me see if I can go back. Yeah, Nazi Naz, man. All you gotta do is watch this, bro. Because Andrew Tate to me is a scam artist, man. You know what I mean? Did you see the latest Andrew Tate BBC interview? The reporter criticized him for what he says. Yeah, but the thing with the Andrew Tate interviews, what people don't get is how come these major news stations are interviewing Tate? How come they're even talking to him? You know what I'm saying? Because he's already in the closet. He's already part of the propaganda and the agenda. What's happened now, like I tell guys when I made that video, The Closet, a lot of guys think I'm joking. A lot of guys aren't taking it seriously. That America has basically, yes, you got your freedom of speech, but America has made it open season on straight men. Open season. Open season. And a lot of men in the closet. You got Destiny. Let me play. I mean, I don't want to. Well, they copyright strike the channel or they copyrighted, but you got guys like Destiny who waited until he was 30 years old to go in the closet, and now Destiny is 30 years old in the closet. Guess what he's doing? Now he's talking on behalf of straight men. He's talking a lot on behalf of straight men when he's not straight, when he's a part timer. He's talking a lot on behalf of straight men when he turned to the closet at age 30. He dyes his hair blue when the majority of the people that follow his content are men. A lot of men in the closet or gay men in general are seeing this as a gold mine. It's a gold mine right now. Straight men aren't allowed to have a space to themselves. Straight men aren't allowed to exist without, their existence is deemed toxic masculinity. Straight men aren't allowed to be sexist, even though sexist is the honest truth. I mean, if I say a woman ain't stronger than a man, it's the honest truth. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with being sexist. It's just the natural law of nature and it's math. You know what I'm saying? It's open season on straight men. So straight men have been declared they can't have their space. A lot of guys think, hold the truth hostage. That means we can't have gyms, right? We can't have gyms. We can't have we can't go to the bar. No, man, that means you're not allowed to have anything. You're not allowed to have anything as a straight man. And since it's been legally deemed that if a straight man has his own space, that's him being, anti-inclusive. You know what I'm saying? What you mean you're straight and you don't want to hang around or party with men that aren't straight? That's being non-inclusive. That's being non-inclusive, man. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Nazi Naz, watch that video, bro. Watch that video, man. And come back. After you watch that video, it ain't that long. Come back and you'll see that Andrew Tate is in the closet. You know what I'm saying? Because why would all these major connected people, and we all know the laws of Hollywood, how closet activity is rampant in Hollywood, and why would they keep interviewing Andrew Tate? Because they're trying to deem closet as the definition of masculinity. You know what I'm saying? The narrative they've been pushing is that the straight man is the least masculine. You know what I'm saying? Being straight is the least masculine thing you can do. You got I forget her name, allegedly, or no, I think she did say it on Twitter, where she said the most dangerous thing to children isn't a drag queen. It isn't some guy who mutilated his nuts to become a woman. No, it's a straight man. That's right, the straight men that had the children that for since the beginning of mankind been raising and taking care of them, teaching them honor, respect, and all that. They're the biggest threat. It isn't that guy who literally wakes up and says, I think I'm not a man. I think I'm not a man, and I need to cut my walnuts. I need to cut my walnuts. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You know what you said. I'm shocked why they still giving him airtime. Yeah, they're giving him airtime because they know Andrew Tate's in the closet, and Andrew Tate isn't helping me. Andrew Tate, like I told guys, man, a lot of guys tell me, "Oh, hold the truth hostage. You came up with all these pills, man." I told people, Andrew Tate, man, the silver pill is real. The silver pill is real, man. The guy that went overseas could live anywhere in the world and still comes to try to dominate domestic men. Still tries to sell this fear and this narrative. Andrew Tate is nothing more than a closeted guy, man. He's in the closet and he's well traveled. You know what I'm saying? He's well traveled, which means like that video said. And where's Andrew Tate going now? Dubai. You know what I mean? What's known about Dubai, man? Women being flown out. But we only talk about the women being flown out. What about the men that's being flown out to Dubai? And what's Andrew Tate's model? The top G, right? Top G. As long as he's the top G on the bunk bed, top G on the bed, as long as he's the top, you know what I'm saying? As long as he's not the bottom, he's good with himself. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I see why they don't want to. I, I, I see why they want to ban your channel. Oh yeah, man. You know me, man. You know me, man. You know me, bro. I'm in the shadow realm on YouTube, man. The only reason YouTube hasn't kicked me out is that I'm black, man. I know the advantage and the disadvantage. The only reason YouTube hasn't kicked me out is he's black. And then there was a black YouTuber called what is his name? Genshin. Like a few months ago, black YouTubers went wild. You know what I'm saying? They said YouTube is hiding their content. YouTube isn't promoting them even if their view counts are high. So YouTube doesn't want to just outright ban me. Then I make a new video and say, well, YouTube kicked me out because I'm black and I'm straight. But most importantly, I'm black. So YouTube kicked me out. You know what I'm saying? YouTube is kicking me out and shadow banning me and kicking me out because I'm black. You know what I'm saying? They don't want that heat, man. YouTube is BLM. Black lives matter to YouTube. Even though all we do is project, you know, gay stereotypes on black men. It's but their lives matter because we need black men to promote they're in the closet. We need rap to be about. We need y'all to stop rapping about ops, guns, partying in the club. We need y'all to rap about the closet. We need y'all to start rapping about being the top G in the closet. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Nezzy Nez, you saw it. I told you, man. Andrew Tate is in the closet, man. 100% in the closet. But Pars, peace out, man. Peace out, brother. Yeah. Top G, baby. Top G, man. We all know what the G stands for. Top gay. You know, top gay, man. As long as Andrew Tate is on the top, you're on the bottom. As long as you're on the bottom, he's on the top. And here's the thing, I'm not the only one who predicted this. I'm going to share with you a cartoon. You know what I'm saying? Tate cartoon. But But watch this cartoon at your own discretion. You know what I mean? This cartoon, they even exposed that Andrew Tate is in the closet. You know what I mean? A lot of people saw that cartoon and thought, because I mean, the guy's usually shirtless amongst men, and he's dressed like he's about to go to like a disco bar. You know what I mean? Chest out and all that crap. Very bright colored shirts. I mean, I'm from the 90s, and that sounds very 90. And Andrew Tate is about 40 something, so Andrew Tate is Gen X, and we all know what the Gen X closet was, man. You know what I'm saying? Freddie Mercury's and all that. What is that? World Star Hip Hop. There's a video of him on World Star Hip Hop saying, "Come wild, some wild stuff." He's in the closet. Yeah, we know that, man. But to get back to this, I'm about to open the line soon. I'm about to open the lines. Yeah, in fact, now I gotta get some type of number. I gotta figure out how guests can stream their own destination. What is that? A great way to get more viewers. Each guest may have up to 2 destinations. Oh, that's dope. Oh wow. Man, there's a new effect on StreamYard. You know what I mean? Where people can stream. But yeah, I'm inviting some people. I got about a good 30 minutes, man. Anybody want to come on? Let's rock. But the thing is this, man. This is the future. This is gonna be the successful relationship. And think about it. We already know the straight man in America is being hyper feminized. Hyper. I personally think it's only a matter of time before the narrative that I think they did put it. They did in the 2010s, man spreading, and I think the narrative's gonna soon come out that men not sitting down when they piss is very, very sexist. It's very sexist that straight men not sitting down when they piss is offensive. It's sexist. It's misogynist. It's misogynist that you want to stand when you pee. You know what I'm saying? You want to stand when you pee because, women have to sit down when they piss. It's misogynist. It's sexist. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, yeah. Notice YouTube is promoting Andrew Tate interviews with BBC. Yeah. Because I told guys this, man. The red pill is beneficial, man. The biggest scam of the red pill and that whole ilk is about idealism. The red pill is about idealism. You know what I'm saying? It's about men saying, "Oh, we gotta bring things back," and worse, most importantly, these red pillars are promoting a narrative that men should stay here, that it's over. It's over if you, as a man in the West, like one narrative I keep hearing, and to me, it ain't black pilled, man. It ain't black pilled. You know what I mean? That you're saying, "Oh, the West is gonna," and how? I was driving from work, man. You know what I saw? A lot of guys doing construction, fixing the roads. Yo, man, it ain't over for us. It's over for the system. What's happening in America is the birth rate is dropping. The birth rate is at an all-time low, and it's not being reported. It's not being reported that the birth rate is dropping. All these other channels are talking about dating and all this minor small stuff, dude. The country's birth rate is dropping. Billion-dollar corporations are losing money. Like YouTube, think about it. All these websites are planning for growth. Like and how you could tell America's population is shrinking is that a lot of these social media sites are looking outside of America. They're looking outside of America because they know the growth rate is dying out. We men are getting older and not having children. Like right now, a true horror movie for me, I'll give you a horror movie. I'll give you a horror movie right now, man. Oh, let me see what the homie Eddie said. They need immigrants so bad. Yeah, but even the immigrant men aren't staying. The immigrant men are getting shocked. They're getting culture shock coming here. They work even harder. A lot of immigrant men coming here, I think, when they see that having children here, they could send them to school and a teacher's gonna expose them to a drag queen. And it's even been found that some of the people these schools incorporated were child you know in fact I got a new word. They were Geppettos. You know what I'm saying? Geppettos. They were child Geppettos, you know what I'm saying? They were trying to turn a boy, they were trying to turn a real boy. You know what I'm saying? Turn a real boy out. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of Geppettos out there. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these men, before the culture shock in America for foreigners was, the culture shock was, oh man, look how fast these Americans move. Like, I gotta adapt. I gotta, they move so fast and they're so individualistic. The foreigner could survive that. But there are foreigners coming from, what is it? I'm Haitian. There are Haitians, a lot of Haitians coming to America, of course, due to the what's going on, but they're getting a culture shock. In Haiti, man, some things aren't tolerated. Uganda just passed a law, I think, that if you're coming there with some of that, that rainbow stuff for the children, that's a death penalty. So think about a Ugandan coming to America for, they're going to work harder. A lot of foreigners are literally just staying, locking themselves up in the house. I think they'll rent a home and they don't socialize with Americans. They know how literally poisonous. You know what I'm saying? They know how literally poisonous America has become. So a lot of people, foreigners, are coming here. Before they would work here, they try to stay, or they'd stay and put money back home. But a lot of foreigners are coming here, and the culture shock of seeing the schools want to sacrifice the children. Target, like you saw Target, man. Target literally came after children. They were selling trans stuff to children. They're literally promoting body dysmorphia. You know what I'm saying? Body mutilation. You know what I'm saying? It's open season, man. If they can tell you to get fat, it's perfectly okay that your grandma and your mom dies of high diabetes, heart stroke. You think they give a damn about some children? Come on, man. The system is now full blown corruption. America now has become the Mayan calendar, man. What were the Mayans famous for? One of the famous stories about the Mayans was that they used to sacrifice the healthy. They used to just sacrifice the healthy, man. Their Target lost billions. Like, the number one song right now. In fact, let me see that Target song. You know what I'm saying? Give me a minute. Target boycott. Give me a minute. Target. Give me 1 second. Yeah, give me 1 minute. Yeah, this song right here. You know what I'm saying? I had to share this song. This is the number one song in America. It even passed Taylor Swift. It's a song about the protesting of Target. You know what I'm saying? That song right there tells you the whole truth. They literally had in the children's aisle dresses where a boy could tuck in his privates. Like, think about that, man. The thing is this, what's going on is this, man. And there was a rumor about this years ago. The rumor was, man, they were gonna justify, Geppettos. They were gonna justify being Geppettos, and a lot of people thought, yeah, boycott Target. Yeah, man, Target is done, man. It's done. But I feel bad for the people I know that was working there, man. Billions of jobs on the line. But the thing is, Target, I'm going to say this, Target has succeeded. They were marketing to the less than 1% of Americans. So they succeeded. Target has succeeded, man. They're generating profits from less than 1% of Americans. So Target is a success. But the thing is this, man, they what a lot of guys used to think back in the early 2000s when I was talking to certain people, the narrative was, yeah, man, they're gonna try to justify, pedo being, they're gonna justify pedophilia. The pedophilia, they're gonna justify it, and the rumor was they're gonna have people identify as pedos. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna say, "This is what I am. This is my gender, or whatever." A lot of people thought, the way Hollywood's gonna promote uh, sleeping with children, grooming them. You know what I'm saying? Look at Hollywood right now. The Flash movie. The Flash movie. They literally kept the guy who punched the pregnant woman. You know what I'm saying? And you got to think about a guy punching a pregnant woman, and that guy's in the closet too, Ezra Miller, punched a pregnant woman because that pregnant woman is carrying the seed of a straight man. You know what I'm saying? That's a problem. That's a problem that she carried the seed of a straight man. And they kept him in Hollywood. He kidnapped a young child. He was grooming an underage minor. And they kept him. They kept him, man. So the narrative for Hollywood was that they're gonna normalize being Geppettos by identifying. But in reality, no, that wasn't the plan. Disney, corporations were the ones that normalized being Geppettos. If you look it up, man, I gotta find it. You know what I'm saying? I think it's oh man, somebody else made a new song about Target. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's fire. Yeah, let me see, let me look for this thing. Disney. You gotta watch this video, man. This video right here is pure evil. Pure evil, man. Pure evil, man. It is one thing I don't support 100% is you know what I'm saying? I mean, coming for you. Look at this. Disney. That's what coming after Disney Disney Leaf. Disney. Give me a minute. Leaf coming after children. Let me see. Leak videos. Yeah, look at that. Let me copy this, man. You know what I mean? Oh, look at this video, man. Look at this shit, man. Let me give me 1 minute. Give me 1 second, man. This right here is insane. Ezra Miller. Look at that. Look at this video, bro. Disney. There was a leak that Disney said we're coming after your children. You know what I'm saying? Coming after your children. So the way they are legalizing Geppettos was through the corporations. And remember back in the early 2010s, I remember, was it early 2010s when they changed that a corporation is a person? A corporation is a person, right? I think they said that back in the early 2000s. They said a corporation is a person. And what does Disney do? Disney says we're coming after your children. So Disney, since it's a corporation and corporations are seen as a person, then Disney as a corporation, since corporations are a person, whatever, is a Geppetto. It's a Geppetto, man. The way they would legalize coming after children, grooming them, and hypersexualizing children is through corporations. Think about it. You can if a bunch of Geppettos A bunch of male Geppettos got together and said this is their identity. They identify as Geppettos. This is their gender. What they're doing isn't wrong. It's who they are. They could be wiped out. They could be taken out, man. But can you take out a corporation that's worth trillions, hundreds of millions of dollars? No. So corporations, you know what I'm saying? Let me see what the homie is. The corporation is legally considered person. I gotta read that, man. The homie Eddie, is showing you the corporation is legally considered a person. So if the corporation is legally considered a person, that means Disney is considered a Geppetto. What they learned is, yeah, you can't justify coming after children through men, through regular people. You have to do it through the through corporations. Target literally celebrating Pride Day by having clothing for children, for underage children. Why the fuck is Target? And a few years ago, Target changed the toy lines for boys and girls. They had intergender toys. Because what they're doing is they're grooming the children through the corporations. You know what I mean? What's really going on is corporate grooming. You know what I'm saying? The corporations are grooming the children. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let me show y'all this photo, man, because no one seems to remember. This is Groot, man. This is Groot. Look what they got Groot wearing, man. A dress made of flowers. You know what I'm saying? This is Groot. You know what I'm saying? Then, oh man, look what he's wearing. Look how smiley he is. This is Groot, man. You know what I'm saying? So what they're doing now is that it's open season. Netflix was one of the first to strike with cuties, over sexualizing children. You know what I mean? 13-year-old little girls over sexualizing them. You know what I'm saying? On a national level, but this has been happening with beauty pageants for kids, where they put in makeup on little kids, man. Remember the biggest show in the early 2000s? I think one of the biggest shows in the 2010s. The 2010s was what was that show? It was following beauty pageants. You know what I'm saying? Beauty pageants where they have little girls wearing makeup and they got them dancing to gyrating. It's insanity, man. It's insanity, man. And this is why men aren't having children, man. Why would I have a kid? The fear. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. 100%. I canceled my subscription to Netflix after Cuties. I'm done, man. Yo, this is evil, man. This is bored. This ain't no question. This is pure poison. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing: Disney said we're coming after your kids. Ezra Miller literally was grooming a kid, punched a pregnant woman, and he gets no jail time because, hey, man, he's in the closet. You know, he fills the agenda. And now they're releasing a Flash movie. He said, well, I had mental illness, and all that. No, man, you need to be in jail. But they put him as a movie, The Flash, and they want you to bring your children to go watch The Flash from an actor that punched pregnant women, groomed young kids. He should be forgiven. He should be forgiven because the corporations forgive. Disney already announced they're coming for your kids. Uh-huh. You know what I mean? So the goal is to legalize Geppettoing through corporations. You know what I'm saying? Through corporate. Well, the number one country for actually the number one country in the world for smuggling, child kidnapping is actually the U.S. You know, it said a lot of kidnapping and happens here. You know what I'm saying? Smuggling people, it happens here. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me see. France banned child beauty pageants for kids. Yeah, yeah, man. They oversex, and you gotta look at these child beauty pageants where they have adults rate how attractive a child is. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I have no kids. I'm fatigued. Fight off. Yeah, I mean, dude, you can't. There's $1 trillion agenda. And think about if you send your son to school and the teacher's like, "Hey, Johnny, what's your thoughts on would you ever wear a dress, Johnny?" And your son's like, "No, man. My dad tells me no, I shouldn't be doing that. I'm a boy. I'm a man. I want to grow up to be a man like my pops." You know, they want to confuse the kid. They rewarded somebody like Dwayne Wade who's sacrificing his Dwayne Wade who should lose custody of his son, who openly said, "You know what, man? I don't know. My son is teaching me stuff. He knows more than I do." A 10-year-old. How the hell does he know anything more than you, man? You know? Because the number one form of entertainment, the most influential thing right now is rap music. Rap music is the most influential form of music, but they just can't rainbow it enough. They just can't. Yes, there are guys in the closet in the rap music. You know what I'm saying? 85,000 kids disappeared after crossing the border. God damn. God damn. Wow. Ah, oh, wow. That's crazy. But you know the thing, that's crazy, but that's to be expected. Because you got to look at let's say the illegals coming over the border. If someone's a Geppetto, you know what I'm saying? Someone's a Geppetto, they see that as a free meal. You know what I'm saying? They could offer that family a house and all that. They could offer that family a house and say, "Yeah, I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you. You could come stay in my house." And then they'll call the cops and keep that person's child in the basement. You know what I'm saying? Or they keep that child, whatever. You know, they're trying to use rap to legalize. That's why they want Kanye West to be shut down too. Kanye is just too Christian. You know what I'm saying? Too Christian. They were hoping that Kanye would be a big time rapper that's in the closet. You know what I'm saying? Big time rapper that's in the closet. They were hoping that, oh, you want to be a fashion designer? Even though men were the ones who designed clothing from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Men were the first ones to design clothing, but they tried to. But Kanye was with Trump. They wanted Kanye to be in the closet so bad. You know, I mean, I don't agree with what Kanye said. Harming people, but for them to say Kanye West said did the most dangerous things when literally you have an entire justice system locking up people that were black and minorities since the 90s. I mean, we have our president, Joe Biden, who literally passed a bill that said if you can't afford to sell cocaine, you get more time. You get more time in prison. You know what I'm saying? This is the world, man. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give you a horror story, man. I'm gonna drop a horror story on you right now. This is the scariest story you'll ever hear, man. This is why this is scarier than any horror movie you've ever watched. You know what I'm saying? This is more scary than the Boogeyman and Friday the 13th and all that crap. And Here's how the story starts. You know, there was a man. There was a man. He had a job. He had a job. He just got a raise. He just got a raise. He had this girl. He had this girl. He really cared for her. They were in a long-term relationship. They were in a long-term relationship. And one day, as this man slept in the bed with her, he closed his eyes. He closed his eyes, this man. He slept with her. He closed his eyes. And when he woke up, he thought it was a wet dream. He thought it was a wet dream when he woke up. What he didn't know is she collected. She collected what she needed. And, artificially inseminated herself. And this man just woke up, thinking he slept with his girlfriend. And maybe he had a wet dream or something like that. So he went about his day living his normal life. Then a few months later, his girl came to him and said she's pregnant. She said she's pregnant, you know, and this man not wanting to delete the child, he doesn't want to delete the child. Her stomach was showing signs that, the child was there. She got a bigger stomach. It was about 4 months later. The man saw her stomach, man. It got bigger. This man saw that a child was coming. This man was thinking in back his head, how did this happen? When he's always slept with her wearing a condom, you know? How did this happen? I've always slept with her wearing a condom. But, he couldn't prove it. You know what I'm saying? She's pregnant. This man was getting ready to be a father. This man was getting ready to be a father. So he changed his whole life. He changed his house. He changed his whole living habits. He changed all that. He moved her in. They got a house together, and the baby was born. The baby was born, man. He put his name on that certificate, you know. But what he didn't know, in fact, nah, let me not do that one. That's too predictable. So he put his name on the birth certificate, and things were going well. Things were going very well for this man. And 6 months later, 8 months later, she began to make demands. She began to change because she was pregnant. She began to feel devalued because this man, being a man who didn't have no kids, he could still go out there. He didn't give birth to kids. It didn't change his body. He could go out there and still sleep with other women. That was what was in her back of her head. That's what her girlfriends were telling her. So she became more demanding. Then eventually one day she told this man, we gotta break up. He's gotta leave the house. That's right. He's gotta leave the house he pays the rent for, or he pays the mortgage. And when this man left the house, he thought, okay, she's just mad at me for some reason. Then he tried to come back. She put a restraining order on him. Then she put him on child support, you know. And now this man has to pray to God for the next 18 years and hope that she doesn't come demanding more money for child support. He doesn't overpay for child support so he doesn't end up in jail, losing his driver's license, his passport. And guess what, people? This story I just told you is 100% factual. You know what I'm saying? 100% factual, and some of it's mixed. It might be multiple stories mixed into one. Because I remember a guy called in, his wife put a restraining order on him without even him knowing. And he came from work, went home, and he couldn't come in the house. It was a restraining order. This is the scary story of the West. You know, having a child in the West now is it's not a big accomplishment and a blessing. It's a high level risk. And the high level risk, it ain't just you no more. Back in the 90s, you were put on child support, okay. You paid it, whatever. But now in the 2020s, the overage, the comfortable in chaos society, now you're gonna be paying child support to fuel the destruction of your son. You know what I'm saying? To eventually that money you're sending in most likely might be used to change your son's sex. Fund the school that's now schools are allowed, certain schools in certain counties or states are allowed to hide the body transitioning, sex transition from the families. You know? Certain schools are allowed to teach what the parents don't want them to teach, even though the parents' taxes pay for the schools. You know, parents' taxes pay to maintain these schools. You know, so now you're literally funding the destruction of your child. You're literally funding your son. You know what I'm saying? You brought a son into this world to give the woman you're with an opportunity because she hates you. He hates because a lot of guys are saying, well, yo, man, the mother abuses the son because he looks too much like his father. That used to be the old saying. Now a mother doesn't like the look of her, the son's father. Just put him on a sex change. Put him on a sex change. You know what I'm saying? Put him on a sex change. There's a battle in Texas with his wife is trying to change the sex of their son. Now, other channels will tell you, oh, what she's doing is wrong. You know, they tell you what she's doing is wrong, and you know, they feel bad for that man and all that. Man, I'm gonna tell you from a black pill perspective, what she's doing ain't wrong. She's doing is right because that man married her when she had a legal advantage. She had the advantage to completely decide everything. So what is she doing that's wrong? When this man signed a contract where she would be in a position of power anyway. Or this man had a child in the West when she's in a position of power anyway. You know what I mean? Tom Brady, think about this. Tom Brady, and this is how corrupt the West is that, was it? Giselle Bundchen is Brazilian, you know? She's Brazilian, but she lived in the West. And she told Tom Brady that, yeah, his son should not attend the same school as him or go play the same sport as him. In a school where Tom Brady has major connections, it would highly benefit, it'd be in the best interest of his son to go to the same school as his father. But, hey man, he's in America, his wife could veto that. She could put him on child support. So, you know, so Tom Brady complied. Yeah, I'm talking to my wife. My son shouldn't play football like me when that's what we're known for. That's our that's the legacy of our family. That's the best opportunity we have. Even if your son would never live up to you in your sport, he's gotta do it. That's what you're known for, and he'll reap the benefits of that. All the networks, even if he fails, if Tom Brady's son doesn't live up to Tom Brady, well, he made all these connections going to the college of his father. That's seen as the GOAT. That's the GOAT of quarterback. Huh? But hey, man, his wife told him, nope, you can't do that. A man who played football earned everything. Or his wife, who was a supermodel, that what she walked around and just had to stay in shape. I mean, they're on equal footing. And then to remind you guys, they had Kanye West. They put Kanye West on child support. You know what I mean? Even though, and his wife, who's claiming she fights for justice and all that, accepted that money when she's worth $1 billion. This is the West, man. You know what I'm saying? This is the West, man. It's fucked up that you gotta look at a child now and say, damn, man, I'm scared. I'm terrified. The thought of having a child scares the living death out of me in the West. Your life starts flashing by like, holy shit, man. What the fuck, man? You know what I mean? I might not even make it to the 18 years. She'll put me on child support. And here's the thing: a woman left her man, and the government put him on child support. You know, she didn't want to do it, but the government did it. And for her to take him off child support, she would need a lawyer. You need to go through a lot of bureaucracy, you know, a lot of paperwork, man. We're in the West, man. I'm not pessimistic. I'm not even realistic. I'm not a realist, no. Man, I'm a man of the black pill, man. You know, I try to read the system. I try to break it down on an absolute logical mathematical scale. And the great thing about the black pill and why channels like mine are super suppressed. Why even a channel like Smash TV with 4,000 subs, you know, ain't even they're not even allowing that to grow. He puts out a video and he can't even hit like 4 to 5,000 because they're not notifying the people that follow his channel. You know, and with AI coming, I'm gonna do a stream very soon, man. Because with AI coming, man, freedom of speech is going to be it's gonna be dead, man. It's gonna be warped, because a lot of guys don't get it, man. The West, the West is a place of labor, work. And what's that old saying, man? You don't shit where you eat. You know, you don't shit where you eat, man. So you don't date. You gotta look at the big problem a lot of guys got is you don't get it. Look at the West as as a job, man. Eh, you're always working in the West. There is no days off. You know, think about it. You get out of your job. You're careful what you can and can't say at your job. You know what I'm saying? You're careful. Then you leave your job. You got to be careful what you can and can't say. You can't just live your normal life anymore. The West is now a labor camp. That's all it is. You're here to make money. You're here to work. You're not here to have kids and a family. That's dead, man. I mean, be thankful your father. I mean, if you're a Zoomer, be thankful your father had you. You know what I'm saying? Be thankful. It don't matter if your father, I did a video way back called Forgive Your Father. Because, yo, be thankful, man. Forgive your father. It don't matter if your father's a drug dealer. It don't matter if your father's in jail. It don't even matter if your father has never come visit you or see you. You forgive that man because at the end of the day, who opened that door for that man? You know what I'm saying? Unless your father was a taker, he took sex. You know what I'm saying? Then you could have problems with him. But if your father was a street dude and your mom just wanted to have a baby for him, hey man, how is it his fault? This is what he is. He's a street dude. He was never the father type, you know. Oh man, so a lot of guys need to understand, man. The West is a land of opportunity. Make your money, and it's a land of opportunity to succeed or destroy yourself. You know what I'm saying? The greatest gift of freedom for those that want to destroy you is that you will destroy yourself and think, because you're free. Oh man, I chose her. I loved her. Yeah, that's what you're telling yourself. It's creating that illusion that you have freedom, and then watching you destroy yourself. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, a lot of guys need to understand, man. You're in the West, and having children, you know, having children is the most dangerous thing you could do. Yeah, yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, not for raising families. Yeah. The thing is this, America, the West has become about having a family. You know what I'm saying? You can have a family. That don't mean you'll be there. You know what I'm saying? You can have children, you won't raise them. There's always it's like what's happened in America has become the monkey paw. You know, them you watch the monkey paw those type of movies, it's you ask for a wish and it always screws it up. You know what I'm saying? The monkey paw will grant you a wish and screw it up. In the West, that's what it is. Oh, you're a hardworking, good man. You got a house and all that stuff, and you want to start a family. Well, guess what? Yeah, you gotta have a family, all right, but you'll never get to see them damn children. You know what I'm saying? You could have them, you can't raise them. You know what I mean? There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that your wife will, or your girlfriend, your baby moms will allow you to be in your children's life. And if she allows you to be in your children's life, what is the price? What is the price you're willing to pay for that? You know what I'm saying? What are you willing to pay for that? You know what I mean? What is the price you're willing to pay to experience this so-called having a family? You know. So to me, man, a lot of guys need to understand, man. The West, it's a labor. You're here to work, make your money, and progress. That's it. But since no one showed up, I'm about to close it off. But like I was saying, man, the Zoomers to end it, the Zoomers will basically lead Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha to me, man, Gen Alpha might really be the last generation. You know, they might really be the generation that kicks off the end. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to sound like I'm talking about the Omen, on some antichrist thing. You know what I mean? Oh, David, what's good, man? What's good, David? Yeah, that's the other thing, David, man. I got my Mac to work, so I fixed my Mac. So the music thing, we on, man. We on. Now my Mac is working. You know what I mean? I even got to record like three new songs, you know what I'm saying? Three new songs. But the thing I'm saying is this, man. Gen Alpha, the generation after the Zoomers will be the hyper. And yeah, David, I'm gonna send you that paperwork soon, man. Uh, uh, a Gen Alpha will basically be the hyper generation that don't even want to be around kids at all because Gen Alpha is gonna be the ones that believe the digital world is the real world. It's not a substitute. You know, them dating a woman online in a video chat, that ain't a substitute. That's a real relationship right there. You know what I'm saying? Gen Alpha will be the ones that, yeah, I'm sending this woman food, I'm sending her Uber Eats. That's our relationship. I'm taking care of my woman as a man. I'm providing for her. You know? So Gen Alpha, and then the other thing is Gen Alpha has been hit. Like, I'm a millennial, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, when it comes to porn has a big side effect on men, you know. Since I was a millennial, for you to get porn, the time we were at as millennials, you had to get it as a magazine, a video, or if you had a computer, you might sit on your computer, do what you gotta do, and then your phone eventually hit 4G. Now the Zoomers grew up where porn is literally in their phone. They're walking around traveling with it. And what that does is a man being able to get sexual release from not touching a woman. You know what I'm saying? Not being around and then being so comfortable with that. You know what I'm saying? Then you gotta think about Conan 19. Conan 19 made it normal for men to say, yeah, man, I got a cam girl. I got my OnlyFans girl. You know what I'm saying? It made it normal. it made it normal for men to say my sexual needs. Oh, what? You know what I mean? They now don't allow males and females to kiss in movies. Quite alarming. Yeah, of course. You know, the thing is this, man, David. The narrative is that the straight man is the problem. You know, that's why we got a lot of closet content now. You know, movies. A lot of times, movies are promoted from. Let me see, Eddie, what you said. Facebook metaverse. Well, the metaverse failed because Facebook was stupid. Facebook didn't realize that MySpace killed the metaverse and that Facebook itself literally killed the metaverse. Nobody wants to be in a 3D world on a $5,000 computer. $5,000 computer, you know what I'm saying? Nobody wants that. What's coming What's coming is MySpace and them don't know, man. What's coming? In fact, let me drop the mantle. I mean, I didn't want to say this, but let me take this off. But you could say you heard it here first, man. You know, drop a black pill prophecy, man. I don't do a lot of these no more. But I'm gonna drop a black pill prophecy. The future, the reason, the reason MySpace failed. I mean, Facebook failed with the metaverse is that it was advertising the wrong thing. It was advertising VR. The future is AR. You know what I'm saying? Pokemon Go proved that people want fiction to interact with the real world. They don't want to interact with fiction. I don't want to have to plug into something to interact with it. No, man. The future's gonna be, and I'm gonna tell you the future right now. This is a black pill prophecy. Let me take this black pill prophecy. The future is that there's gonna be, just like Pokemon Go, you're gonna have an AR woman, an AR world. Like you'll be able to look at your cell phone, look through your cell phone, and it will filter out the real world. So if you're saying like, man, I want to be in the beach today. So what's going to happen is you'll just put on your cell phone or these glasses that are connected to your phone, just like the eye. Think about it. You have on your wrist, you have a smartwatch. So if we have smartwatches, the next the next future is going to be smart glasses. What's going to happen is people are going to put these smart glasses on. No, AI, Zuckerberg is too stupid, man. He lost over $100 trillion. And AI, in all honesty, it's going to be the death of, it's going to be the end of these so-called smart people. You know what I mean? I'm going to be doing a black pill prophecy on AI, man. And the video's coming, it's on the pipeline. That's what but the thing is this, man. The future is AR. The future is you put it on some glasses and you have a digital world based on your real world. Like you look at your house, let's say you're poor. Let's say you're a very poor person. You live in a one shack apartment and you put on these glasses and you have it set that you live in a mansion. So when you look through these glasses and you look at the real world, and now let me get into a little AI. The AI is connected to your phone, which is connected to your smartwatch, which is connected to your your glasses. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna put on these glasses, and with the AI, it's gonna the artificial intelligence will basically alter your reality. So whatever you want to see, the AI will allow you to see. Like you could be in the middle of winter, but because you have your AI glasses set that you're in Palms, you're in the beach. Now you're gonna look through your glasses or look through your phone. You're gonna look through your phone and you're gonna see the beach. and you're not even there. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna see the beach, and your phone's gonna project these fake sounds like you're in the real beach. Mark Zuckerberg was a fucking, he's a fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? He stole Facebook. He ain't that smart, man. You know what I'm saying? Then Mark Zuckerberg wanted to sell Meta, one of the dumbest things ever. I'm gonna have an Instagram thought come to VR, a 3D realm. I'm gonna tell an Instagram model that grew up with a cell phone to interact with thirsty ass men that could go live on Instagram. I'm gonna tell her go buy a $5,000 desktop and buy a $2,000 glasses and come home so you can live in the metaverse. It is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever fucking heard, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Facebook lost $650 billion because Mark Zuckerberg, a billionaire with none but yes man, and he's a fucking idiot. He's not charismatic. He's not in tap with the people. He's an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Why would a woman want to go to the metaverse where she could put on a 3D character that anyone could copy? So how is she gonna make money? How's she gonna make money off thirsty men when anybody could use a 3D or some type of illustration to look just like her? I mean, metaverse was the dumbest thing. Mark Zuckerberg is an idiot. You know what I'm saying? That movie, that Ready Player One. You know when Ready Player One was written? I think it was written in the 80s. This is before social media. One thing you'll notice about anything that has to do with the metaverse or VR, it all comes from a world where social media doesn't exist. You're telling me you're going to tell a woman to drop your phone, drop your phone and go to your desktop. Go to your desktop so you can interact with your fans. That's right. Drop the phone that's in your pocket. You could live stream it any fucking time so you could go home on your desktop. Mark Zuckerberg, that has to be one of the dumbest things ever, especially since he literally created Facebook with success, which succeeded MySpace. You know, and he didn't know that, yo, man, all these stories you're reading, Ready Player One, all this bullshit you read with VR exists in a world where there's no social media. Look at the Matrix. I mean, if you look at the Matrix when it came out, you know what I'm saying? It made all this money because guess what? When the Matrix came out, social media didn't exist. You're telling me the Matrix will be as big as it is if MySpace would have existed at the same time? Hell, you know what I'm saying? No way the Matrix will be that big. The Matrix came out at the right time, before social media. You know what I'm saying? Because if the Matrix would have came out during social media, people would have been, nah, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense at all. Like, how are they gonna control us when they can't even generate enough likes? Most corporations can't generate enough likes. But you know what I'm saying? Black pill. Yeah, the black pill is deep. This is a clear understanding of future. Yeah, there is. Well, the black pill, man. The greatest thing about the black pill is you're just trying to understand how things work. There's no idealism. You've never seen me make a stream that how to save marriages, how to save marriages, man, how to return the family. The black pill isn't about idealism, man. It's about just understanding how things work. A black pillar would be, oh man, how do crocodiles eat? You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't say, oh man, its jaw's too strong, it's too aggressive, it eats anything. No, I just want to know how the crocodile works. One thing I like to tell people in a black pill, let me see, did in the latest, yeah, the latest Matrix flopped, of course. The latest Matrix was, set up with all this modern, all this crap of today's Hollywood. They feminized Neo. You know what I'm saying? I saw the trailer and I knew it was garbage. You know, in my honest opinion, any movie made during the 2010s or after it, I I say there's a 90% chance it's gonna be garbage, trash. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be garbage. 90% chance because they're gonna add the women can't be sexy, straight men can't have any eye candy. Everything's created for the perspective of women and gay men. When it comes to films, they got the man still naked, naked. You know what I'm saying? You watch movies, the man is still naked. If he's not a Starbucks built dude, they'll have the man naked. They'll have the woman covered up because it's not for straight men, man. Most movies advertise. The biggest scam they run is they don't have to tell you. One thing I did, and I run you're wondering what else I do. Where is it? You know what I'm saying? Give me a minute. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I said I run my own website. Create my own content. On our website. Yeah, I don't watch anything yet. Movies after. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, well, the thing is this, man. What's going on with Hollywood is dead. The death of Hollywood, social media killed Hollywood, and I'm gonna tell you why. And man, whoever wants to clip this crap, do whatever you want. I don't care if people clip the content. It don't mean nothing to me. In all honesty, you might be conserving history because one day I know it's only a matter of time. One day this channel will be deleted. You know what I'm saying? It's only a matter of time before I piss off the wrong woman. You know what I'm saying? Every man's channel, it don't matter. If you're a black man, all they need is a black woman to delete your channel. You know what I'm saying? You're a white man, well, that now it becomes any woman, but especially a white woman. If they can get a white woman to say your content offended them, it's gone. You know what I'm saying? So, but the biggest thing, Hollywood is dead, and I'm gonna tell you, man. We're falling into the black pill prophecy more on this video, but the reason Hollywood is dead is that the reason Hollywood is dying is that let's not focus on what they're doing. Is that, dude, MySpace, YouTube, Facebook, all of these sites are run by technology first companies. They're tech companies. The tech companies don't give a damn about entertainment. They don't care. Facebook, all of them, they don't care about Hollywood. Like, well, what does that have to do with them? What's happening is the 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 powers transition. In the year 2020s, we're in the server age. You gotta look at it like this: 2010s was all about making your own website and making your own apps. Websites and apps were the name of the game of the 2010s. Now the 2020s, it's going to be all about making your own social media, making your own things that require servers. The age we're in, it's all about the servers. As for Hollywood, Hollywood is dying because these tech giants, they don't need Hollywood. They're here to funnel and give freedom to the people. They want you to create your own entertainment. They'll make more money if they can get hundreds and millions of people, billions. Facebook got over 1 billion users. You know what I'm saying? Over 2 billion people on Facebook. Over 900 million on Instagram, or over 1 billion. You know what I'm saying? It makes them more money. And another thing is with AI, this is a preview for the AI stream, but with AI, people will be able to generate entertainment. And when people can generate entertainment, you know, servers. They could sell more server space. You know what I'm saying? They could sell more server space. We're in the age of traditional entertainment is dead. They chose death too. You know what I'm saying? Hollywood chose death, propaganda. You know what I'm saying? You got Hollywood making all these garbage ass movies thinking, oh my God, we're the only source of entertainment for these people. No, you're not. You got hundreds of millions of people listening to Joe Rogan a podcast. You got hundreds of millions of people listening and watching YouTubers all day. Like I mean, I barely know. Like if I basically limit myself, I put a hard limiter on myself and say only name actors in the 2010s. Okay, Henry Cavill. Okay, that's one of them. Michael B. Jordan. You know what I'm saying? Technically, Michael B. Jordan, and he's not really a full blown Hollywood star. He doesn't do that many movies. So Michael B. Jordan, Henry Cavill, um, Ryan Reynolds. Mm, yeah. Then it gets hard. Then it gets hard after that. But now let me name you some influencers on YouTube. Oh, Mr. Beast. You know what I mean? Logan Paul, Jake Paul. You know, KSI, PewDiePie, Doctor Disrespect, Markiplier. I could go Linus Text. I could go all fucking day naming the top YouTubers and influencers. Hollywood is dead, man. Hollywood has literally become a socialites group, you know, where, oh man, you're an actor. Oh man, I'm an actor. Oh wow. Yeah, I've joined the group of actors that no one fucking knows. That's all Hollywood's become. Hollywood's becoming like a club. And with AI, with what's happening with AI, I can show you something. In fact, I'm gonna show you this funny ass video that was generated AI Trump uh, juice. Trump, yeah, check this out, man. Orange juice. Yeah, you gotta check. Let me show you something. You know what I'm saying? This right here, what I'm about to share with you, this is 100% proof why Hollywood will literally be extinct in about 1 to about 5 years. This video right here was generated with AI. It's literally a Trump commercial generated with AI. It's not perfect, but it's getting there. Generated with AI. So pretty soon people will be able to generate their own movies, everything without actors. You know, everything's changing, man. It's gonna benefit the tech giants. It's gonna benefit the tech giants that people can generate movies. You know what I'm saying? Hundreds, thousands of movies. It's gonna benefit them and it's gonna help them sell more server space. You know what I mean? Hollywood is dead, man. You know what I mean? I don't even watch many things anymore. Because when I watch things, and the reason I bring this up is that Hollywood utilizes a big, yeah, Nezzy Nez, my man, watch that. Watch that video, bro. Hollywood, the reason I don't watch that much Hollywood stuff is Hollywood, and I'm going to do this with my own content. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro, yeah. It's crazy, bro. Yeah. AI, man, the shit I know was, man, it was scary, you know. But AI is making music because the tech giants knew that they couldn't depend on Hollywood. Hollywood is too enclosed, too elitist, too anti content creation. The fact that you got big YouTubers that have gotten billions of views, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I know the Hollywood actors on strike. Yeah, they're on strike, but it doesn't even matter. You know what I'm saying? You now have AI that could replace them for writing, and most of the content they've been creating has been trash. The majority, I mean, right now Hollywood has, because of its sexism and its whole Me Too and anti-straight male, Hollywood has spent the last 8, damn near 10 years on destroying their number one consumer, their most diverse consumer, the straight male. The straight male will watch fantasy films about fucking elves roaming a hill or some shit like that. The straight male will watch video game films. The straight male has been erased. The straight male will literally breed you. Is literally a tool to breed you new customers. You know what I'm saying? Big tech knew that's one thing big tech is doing, as big tech doesn't owe Hollywood anything. And Hollywood thinks, oh man, we could put our movies on YouTube. You know, we can make some money on YouTube. No, man, YouTube doesn't need. YouTube is literally using Hollywood as just a placeholder. It's a placeholder. All Hollywood is a placeholder right now. Once AI and all this technology can literally generate films and generate entertainment, even if there's copyright issues, that don't matter. That's why there's been donations. That's why there's donation buttons on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? There's been ways to substitute getting paid for copyrights. You know what I'm saying? The big tech companies knew that they couldn't make enough money with Hollywood. You know, Hollywood takes so much time to make content. Then Hollywood has all this agenda, propaganda, you name it, all that crap. So there's a high risk of losing money. And Hollywood will never expand quick enough for the servers to make money. Just picture, man. Just picture like you're watching Lord of the Rings. Remember, Lord of the Rings is like 8, 9 hours. And you now have an AI where you fed it Lord of the Rings and you say, make me a sequel. And it generates that sequel. Shit is about to change, man. The change is already coming. And with Hollywood chose death. When YouTubers were blowing up, you think Hollywood will be, oh my God, look at this YouTuber that makes films or comedies. He's getting skits. He's got billions of people laughing. He's getting views. Let's hire him, give him a job. You know what I'm saying? Let's make skits with him. Nope. Hollywood said, no, we can do better. We can do better. And then it never did. SNL is literally garbage right now. You know, Saturday Night Live is pure trash. You know what I'm saying? Saturday Night Live is what you play when you can't take a shit. Like you gotta push it off. You need to be, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to laugh. You just want to be angry. Play some Saturday Night Live from it's Saturday Night Live while you're taking a shit. You're like, oh man, whew, I pushed it out. You know, so there's a lot going on, man. There's a lot going on, and you know, the future is gonna be something else, man. And the future ain't that far away. The future, and I'm gonna tell you something before I leave. Don't listen to all these so-called elites, your Mark Zuckerberg saying, Elon Musk, that bum, telling you, well, man, AI is gonna destroy the world and all that. If it's gonna destroy the world, why would billionaires let that happen? Why would and I know a lot of people put, well, they're making AI robots. Yeah, they can make robots. And when people can sue, the lawsuits that people can run, yeah, come on, man. And the biggest fear, like I've been telling people this, no one takes it to heart. The reason your Elon Musk and all of them hate AI is that AI is doing something that has never been done in man's history. AI can translate intelligence. It can translate high vocabulary and intelligence to low understandable vocabulary. Elon Musk could talk about the jet propulsion of the napalm, electron, Voltron, and Eisenhower. And I just tell ChatGPT, he'll translate what he just said to where a 8-year-old, 8th grader could understand. Bam. AI is doing is it's now making genius worth. It's making a genius not that special anymore. Just because you're a genius don't make you special. Because guess what? I can have the AI translate everything you said that took you over 20 years to learn. And now the guys like Elon can't talk over us anymore. They can't talk like he can't use high vocabulary to confuse you and make himself sound smart so you don't look at how stupid he is. Elon Musk is an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he did some big smart things. I won't say he's a complete idiot, but you're telling me Elon's thought was let me put an AI in a car before I put it on software, which is easier to drive. You know what I'm saying? How can AI hurt people by controlling a video editing software? Elon Musk is just upset that he screwed up this big multi-trillion dollar. You know what I'm saying? In all honesty, AI is, I forget the number that's after a trillion. That's what it's going to be generating. The whole world is going to be running on AI, and people will be working. That narrative that people won't be working, it's dumb, man. But like I said, man, let me take this Black Pill Prophecy banner off. Right, yeah, you know. But like I said, man, the future of dating at the end of the day. And another reason I almost forgot, the other reason Gen Alpha is going to have a major side effect. One thing they're not talking about the side effect of OnlyFans cam girls is that a lot of women that are in the real world are spoiling. They're going spoiled. What do I mean by going? A lot of their eggs are going spoiled because a woman in the real world is no longer the only option for men to get female validation. You know what I'm saying? The cam girl serves her purpose in OnlyFans. Like OnlyFans, think about it that it took OnlyFans for a woman to take orders and want to satisfy her man. You know what I'm saying? So for you to get a woman that would want to satisfy you and listen to you, you gotta go to OnlyFans. There's a story of guys that would pay a stripper or pay a hooker just to listen to him. Like, you wouldn't even sleep with the hooker. He would just pay the hooker to just sit there so he can talk to her or eat a meal with the escort. You just pay her to eat a meal with him, look him in the eye, and talk to him a little, because he can't access a stable woman without paying. What's happened to women is everything about them has become commercialized, and what's going on with this big push that the women didn't see is now men are no longer ashamed. There is no shame to, yeah, man, I got a girl on OnlyFans. I pay her $20. Once in a while I get photos. I talk to her. It's just I could pay her some money to talk to her, and I keep going about my life. She treats me nice and all that. So a lot of men, and especially the men that were raised online, like the Zoomers and Gen Alpha, which will be even more digitally, attached to the internet. The Zoomers are very comfortable with the internet. You know what I'm saying? In the digital world. So think about, and then we're men. We're men. You could be 80 years old and still have children. You know, what I mean? Everything still runs down there. So the men are literally utilizing their time to just enjoy themselves, substitute the real woman. And then with all the laws that are anti-male and the constant demonization of straight men, I'll give you an example. One of the greatest examples of anti-male practice is Superman. How they demonized a man being all strong, all, just unbeatable as a negative. Having a man you could depend on, what I'm saying, a family can depend on is negative. You know what I'm saying? So what they're doing what the real women, and I did a video for this over 4 years ago. What they're doing is a lot of the real women don't get it is that the men are substituting, you know, close interaction in the real world. You know what I'm saying? Real world interactions where the woman could get pregnant, could obtain resources from that man. That man could say, I like the way you smell. You know, I like the feel of your hair. I just like you in person. Now the women will just spoil even more. You're gonna see a damn epidemic, a plague of women just saying, yeah, I'm getting too old. I can't have kids. I can't find a man. And then, like I've been telling guys, the ghosting is happening. So the men are they're ghosting to the point where they are not allowing the women to get close to them. Then the men are dealing with this whole narrative that they'll be sexist or misogynist for even approaching a woman. You know what I'm saying? The ghosting, the online. What's happening is you're gonna see a lot more, and I've already seen it. Compilations of young women saying they've been ghosted. But even more than that, you're gonna see a situation where a lot of women are just their eggs are spoiled. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna see a big rise of women that are 26 to 30, 35 or whatever that don't have one kid at all. And not even not having a kid that never got close enough to a man to have a discussion or even set up a situation where that man would think about having kids with. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of women will be without children. Of course, they'll be putting that energy into their pets and dogs. But the thing is this, what society sold women is, and I don't need no man, that narrative is that it's really, that narrative, if you translate it, it's really the women committing to not experiencing the full experience of being a woman, which is the potential of having a child, and having a man she can depend on. And at the end of the day, the women are, you know what I'm saying, they're free to do whatever they want, whatever. It don't matter to me. But the narrative that's being sold is warped them to the point where and then you add in the constant internet, the drugs, you're gonna see a lot, especially when 6G drops. If 6G is what I think it is, you add in the combination of 6G, men just dealing with women online, and then the Gen Zoomer generation that is more plugged into the internet than ever before, then Gen Alpha that will know nothing but the internet. You're gonna see a collision of men just focus so much on the internet that the women won't even have an opportunity to have a relationship. Then the constant narrative, the bounty, it's open season on straight men 24/7. So, yo, man, it's about to get wild, man. And then you add in the AI in there, oh, man, it's about to get real. America's about to become literally, there's going to be a ghost towns. And what I mean by ghost towns isn't just you know, not men or people not being there, but you're gonna see a ghost town as in men aren't gonna be and women conversing. Then you add in the fact that Conan 19 made a lot of people pro introverts. There's a large rise of pro introverts. And the thing is, a lot of women think they could be introverts like the men, when the men have all the time in the world when it comes to if they'll have children or not. You know what I'm saying? Then you add in obesity and all that stuff. Yeah, yeah, man. It's just, you know, we'll see what happens, but it's gonna be wild. But I want to thank everybody. Like I said, man, I want to thank everyone for getting to 900 subs. Means a lot, and hopefully we can get to that 1,000. If this channel gets to 1,000, I was gonna get the philosophy connected to the monetization to attempt to shield it. Because to me, if you can play, if you're monetized, YouTube will leave. Well, they'll still mess with you, but it's an easier route to manipulate the the monetization. I mean the views and notifications. But another thing is, like I said, this channel is about to change a lot. There's a lot of stuff that's gonna happen. I hope the homie Eddie, man, I'm telling you for real, man, please, you need to copyright that HWAT, man. Copyright that ASAP. For real, man. You need to copyright that, man. You need to copyright that for real. That haunt, whatever it is. Yeah, imaginative vision of the future. Yeah. Well, the thing is, bro, it ain't even imagination. The future is already here. The narrative is to keep telling us, oh, it's 4 to 5 years from now. No, it ain't, man. We're already here. We're literally, in all honesty, I think, in all honesty, we're about if a major change were to happen, 6 to 9 months in about probably 2 years. You know what I'm saying? 2 years. But to me, it reached 900. But I got something I'm working on very soon. If all goes well, man, trust me, won't even need YouTube anymore. You know what I'm saying? There's some stuff I'm working on that it's gonna change a lot of things, man. A lot of things are going to change. But I want to thank everybody for being up here, man. And like I said, this is the future of dating. You know, this is the future for Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha will be the future. I mean, there's a little more, there's a few things, but Gen Alpha, this will be normal. You know what I'm saying? And the funny thing is about what's normal about this is that image of that woman, that might not even be a real woman. That might just be an AI. That might be a video projected image of a woman. The thing is, the Gen Alpha male will be so plugged into the internet that it will all be normal. Sexual needs, companion needs, everything will be normal to them if it's just the internet. It don't matter. And another thing with Gen Alpha is Gen Alpha, unlike the Zoomers, you gotta think the Zoomers came in during Me Too, times of misogynist, toxic masculinity. Gen Alpha this will be normal to them. Their norm, Gen Alpha's norm is knowing their existence is toxic masculinity, that their existence is misogyny. The Gen Alpha male will be detached from the physical woman. You know what I'm saying? The detachment issue is gonna be extreme. You know what I'm saying? And then women's biology when it comes to I don't do the whole manosphere hypergamy bullshit. You know what I mean? But women's biology of their eggs. You know what I'm saying? Women running out of eggs and being somewhat baby crazy, have baby rabies, which might lead them to buying a lot of pets, just going insane. The women will suffer far more with mental illness and issues than the men. The men, we got what we need. Like, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna give you an advice when it comes to video games. If you're a gamer, the game I would recommend right now is what is it? Mount Mountain. Give me a minute. Mount Blade. Give me a second. Yeah, man. The game I would recommend to you is, man, play. You got a PC or a console, get your hands on, Mountain Blade Bannerlord. Let me get the ad. I don't know why the hell the ad didn't show up. Give me 1 second. That mountain blade. You know what I'm saying? Get your hands on this game. You know, this is if you're looking for a way to just release your energy, mountain blade, Bannerlord. You know what I'm saying? Get this game. And another thing I gotta say, and I almost forgot it. I said it on a previous stream. I probably have to make it at its own video, but a game that is very big right now is Demon Souls, Dark Souls, um, whatever that ring, Elden Ring. A lot of people need to ask themselves, how come Demon Souls and all these dark games, these games where it's just dark and just, you know what I'm saying? There's no life, there's demons and all, you gotta slay them and kill them and all that. It's because those games reflect the reality we live in. The reality we live in ain't Grand Theft Auto and all that. No, the reality is we have unnatural things coming at us for being straight men. You have unnatural, you know what I'm saying, people doing body dysmorphia. You got a lot of drag and all that coming after straight men. So as a straight man, how do you take out your frustration on the ugliness of society, the ugliness that's coming after you in the real world? Well, how do you do that? You play games such as Dark Souls, Demon Souls, where you're slaying monsters. Because in real life, the monsters that are coming after you, you can't legally defend yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's called toxic masculinity. You know what I'm saying? Overweight, hippo built, monstrous land whales coming after you. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Then you got protect the drag, and you know, you got movements telling you you should be accepting, you know, you're not a straight man, or if you're being discriminating if you don't date trans. You have nothing but the ugliness of this world coming after you for being a straight man. So a lot of straight men are now playing more darker games. Some are playing it subconsciously, and they don't know why. They don't know why they are buying the same game over and over again, where you just kill a monstrous creature, a demonic looking thing. Because dude, that's the real world now. What's coming after straight men, demonic, demon looking things that have messed up their bodies, looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Make you kind of want to vomit. You know what I mean? You get a weird look in the eye. You just feel sick because you know they're praying at you. That's why a lot of men are playing Dark Souls and all that stuff like never before. Because in those games where you're slaying demons and the world is just ugly, you're slaying the ugliness that you see in this real world. But you know, this has been Hold the Truth Hostage, and so I want to thank everybody for coming to the stream, and everyone has a safe, good day, and peace out.
They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that